Hey, Derek. How are you doing? Good to see you. This meeting of the Richlands Town Council will now come to order. Let us stand, please, for the invocation. Heavenly Father, thank you again for the opportunity to be here tonight to conduct the business for the town of Richlands for its people. We pray for your guidance and your blessings. We thank you for this beautiful day. We hope that everything we do will be in your name and no less. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you. A couple of things here before we get started on our agenda, additions and deletions to agenda. Our timekeeper, Brian Stillwell, cannot be here tonight, so I've asked Sandra Culler to be our timekeeper, and she has agreed to do that. So thank you very much for your volunteer service. And the next thing, I want to say this before we do the agenda. I would ask that everyone here, be it members of council or members in the audience, please direct your remarks in general and not to anyone specifically. It's a matter of respect. Thank you very much. Okay. We have on item 4, additions or deletions to the agenda includes the removal, transfer, or consent agenda items as needed. Approval of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? John?
The agenda you have in front of you, the blue items are items that need to be added. A budget amendment that's already previously been approved under consent agenda, and then we have a GDS and Blue Ridge Power that are going to present some information on our electric system and electric rates. The only other thing that needs
Okay.
the only other thing that needs to be added is under
I'm not sure if that's good or not.
under
Let's
eight.
see if we can communicate. Frank, can you communicate with him and tell him that we're not quite with them yet, please?
Can you hear us, Eric?
We're muted up here.
Eric, can you hear us now?
I can.
We're not quite ready yet, so we heard you, but we couldn't hear you. But we're going to mute just for a few minutes, and we'll be with you shortly, okay?
You can talk about us.
Well, we will. Thank you. We'll send you a bill. Thank you so much. Okay, go ahead, John.
So back on the agenda, the blue items are items that need to be added. Yellow were just clerical changes. But under item 8, I would also add an 8.1 or 8B, appointment of town clerk.
Okay, so John, I've added it under 8. We'll have 8, Roman numeral 8A, appointment of the town clerk to be added? Is that correct?
No, it'd be 8B would be the town clerk. Or, yeah, that will work.
I follow. Okay. Any other additions or deletions to the agenda? I have a question. I'm looking for, well, it's under consent agenda minutes. We're okay. Any other additions or deletions to the agenda? Hearing no other additions or deletions to the agenda, I will ask for a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I'll make that motion.
Mike makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Jeff seconds the motion. Any further discussion on the agenda? There being no discussion, I ask Madam Clerk to take a roll call vote, please. Connie?
Jeff.
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
Darrell.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is Roman numeral 5, the consent agenda. So if you'll please take a look at that, and then I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Please take a minute to make sure you have followed everything, please. As every member of council had a moment to look over the consent agenda. If there are any changes, I would appreciate it now, or I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll make that motion.
Jeff makes a motion to approve Roman numeral 5, the consent agenda as presented. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Darrell seconds the motion. Is there any discussion on this motion? Okay. There being no discussion, I will ask the clerk for a roll call vote, please.
Jeff.
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
Darrell.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. We have approved the consent agenda. Next, and I forgot to do this, please forgive me, we have Roman numeral 6, unscheduled public comments. So do we have a sign-up sheet out there?
This should be.
Okay. Is there anyone who did not, people are getting used to this. Thank you, Jerry. For the sign-up sheet, if they have not signed up to speak under the
Consent agenda.
3-minute comment period, they may say so now. Thank you, Jerry. So I'll tell you who's on here at this time. We have Laura Malo, Chad Estep, Mike Anthony, did I get it correctly? Morgan Earp, Wanda Lowe, and Barbara Cook. Is that correct, everyone? Is anyone who did not see this sign-up sheet out there who would like to speak? This is the 3-minute comment period. If so, please raise your hand, and I will add you to this list. Yes, sir.
Ken Smith.
Ken Smith? All right, thank you, Ken. Hold on. Please add Ken Smith. All right, who else? Anyone else would like to speak who did not sign up? Okay, hearing no speakers, no further speakers, we will proceed with the unscheduled public comments. This is a 3-minute maximum, and I asked Ms. Culler, can you scoot over here so I can see you if you give me a little time, please? Just maybe in between Ms. Milo and Mr. Ray, I would appreciate it. Thank you. I have to be able to see the timekeeper. Thank you very much for your volunteer service. All right, so first speaker is Ms. Milo. Ms. Milo, would you come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, please? Thank you.
Laura Malo, 262 Linwood Drive in Richlands. First, before I start on what I'm going to say, I just want to tell you guys we have an issue with overcomplicating things recently. Some of us got here maybe about 5:15. We had invited guests from the county here, and they would not unlock the door for us, even though they came to the door, let themselves in, and then they kept us outside. That is unnecessary. I mean, especially the guests that we have invited. Another thing, I'm asking that we please have another public hearing Last week, we didn't have a quorum. Half of you guys were not here. I'm just going to read what I read last week so those who weren't here can hear it. Last year, we saw the highest rate increases in the history of Richlands. We went through a pandemic and are now seeing extremely high rates of inflation. Along with everything else rising, so did our poverty level. In the last year, we saw our poverty level rise from 23% to 28%, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. I do not believe that this is all because of what's happening to us nationally. This is in part due to the burden that the council has continued to place on the back of the citizens by increasing taxes, fees, and utility rates. The town should be here to make life better for everyone, not just a select few. We have seen the success of people in Richlands over the last year, but it's time to expand that circle to every citizen and not just your friends and family. The council shouldn't get to choose who benefits from our tax dollars. That opportunity should be given to every citizen, and one way to do this is by stop raising these taxes, fees, and utility rates until the budget is under control and there is accountability for what's being spent and where this money is going. You guys aren't here to make these decisions for us. You're here to represent us as citizens. As I've said before, in a representative democracy, elected officials are servants of the people, not the other way around. Winston Churchill said, "For a nation to tax itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket and trying to lift himself by the handle," and I happen to agree.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Chad Eastep. Chad, would you please come to the podium, and if you don't mind, please state your name and address for the record.
Chad Eastep, 1201 Crestwood Drive. Again, my comments are mine, nobody else's, not affiliated or aligned with anybody here. Gentleman that wasn't here last week, I just want to know, did you all go back and see the comments that were depicted here last Tuesday? Well, then you realize that
It's
as a
rhetorical-
majority.
I'm sorry,
as-
Chad, it's a rhetorical question. Nobody has to answer right now. It's
I
a
know,
com-
they didn't, he had nodded, he agreed, but
Okay,
the
just
thing
wanna make
about it
sure.
is,
Thank you.
I think I represent the majority of people that's here that we're not happy. We're not happy with how things are going, how our town's being run, that we need change. We need to, as I said before, sharpen the pencils. If our budget's not where it needs to be, we don't need to tax the people till we get the money in there to do it. You know what money is coming in every year. You know you got to live within those guidelines, and we don't need to be the ones to foot the bill for wants instead of needs. We've got, I know we got 2 appointments that's coming up, and I feel for those people that get appointed because they're walking into a mess. We need to find objective people. No 2 people are going to be in agreement on everything. So we need to find people that are going to ask the hard questions. We don't need to just put the good old buddy system in place and have you versus them or us versus them. We need to find people that's willing to serve, willing to take criticism, and willing to work for this town. So with that being said, I'm going to reiterate something I said last time. I still think that we need to have a forensic audit going back at least 5 years to see where the money is going. If the town has nothing to hide, they would welcome it with open arms. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Next is Mike Anthony. Is that correct, Mike? Okay. Would you mind to state your name and address for the benefit of the clerk? Thank you.
Mike Anthony, 1151 Orange Street. I'm not a public speaker, so I'm really nervous, so forgive me. I'm just going to read from here. And I've been reading all the posts on Facebook, and what I see is the dissension between the board members, and this dissension delays progress. You are representatives. You all represent the citizens of Richlands. But all the data, comments, and spreadsheets displayed depending on what post you're reading, leading to mistrust in all of our representatives. I think that the problem we are having in Richlands have become so large and going on so long, we need an outside pair of eyes to try to assist the board, and especially the town manager, to guide us to a resolution. My first suggestion, and I see it on the agenda, Davenport, is hiring an outside consulting firm, but no affiliation to any board members. This is the way in which we start tackling our issues, especially this electric issue. That being said, Richlands is like a business. Money comes in and money is paid out. There's been a lot of stories about possible misallocation of funds, and the citizens of Richlands are paying the price. So my second recommendation is hire an audit firm to perform a fiscal audit of our books. It appears it was proposed last year, but rejected. I feel if there has never been any misappropriation of funds, an audit would be welcomed to dispel any rumors. Prove that the funds are being allocated properly once and for all. I can tell you that the board rejecting such an audit is disconcerting to me and raises a flag. My point is that you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about. The average income of the citizens of Richland is $30,000. Most are on fixed income. The town population is shrinking. So that means those of us who are left initially will be paying even more. This cannot continue. All we want to do is stay warm at a lower price, feed our family, but have a couple of bucks in our pocket, which most of us don't have now.
Thank you very much. Next, thank you, sir. Morgan. Morgan, thank you. Would you please state your name and address once you get to the podium? For the record, please.
Morgan Earp, 1618 6th Street. I don't get up here for my health, so I'm going to make this very clear. Anybody can say anything about me, but my health is one thing. I'm not born normal like the rest of y'all, so, my voice cuts out every now and again, but that's because of health. Second of all, last week I talked about the contract with the salmon farm. Basically, this company's paying lower price for water. They're not paying for the upkeep. They're not paying for the personnel. They're not paying for the renovation cost. That's going to be forked towards the citizens. And that's not right. That's really not right. I'm not going to pay taxes to keep a private business up. That's illegal. Misappropriation. Now, I agree a forensic audit of some sort should be brought in. Don't know who, don't know why. I'll leave that up to you all to figure that out. I'm not against you here, all right? I respect each and every one of you. I may get upset with some of your decisions, but what citizen doesn't, all right? You were put into this position to do, manage the town, make these decisions, right? But not make these decisions without any inputs from the citizens. This is how our government functions. This is how everything gets done day to day. Now, take these words I just said, try to make a town a better place. All right? Cool.
Thank you, Morgan.
All right.
Okay, next, Wanda Lowe. Wanda, when you come to the podium, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Wanda Lowe, 292 Plantation Drive. I want to say that, when a disaster hits, or calamity, whatever, there's two ways or two modes that people go into. One is a rescue, and one is a recovery. And I know it may not be a disaster to most of us here, but to our seniors and to our people on fixed income, the electrical system has become a disaster. And the lifeboats have not been thrown to all of them. There's no payment plans. I spoke with a lady who received $1,200 a month, and her bill was $800, and they told her she could pay $400 now and then $400 first of the month. And she says, but I'll have another bill the first of the month, so what am I going to do then? So we need to come up with a plan to try to help the people, to make some type of payment plan. This one lady on Facebook, and I don't know her, but she said she'd been without electricity since March the 28th, and she was disabled and all, and it's really sad. It's sad. And people have lost confidence in this board. Every single one of you. People have lost confidence. And when they don't have confidence in you and they don't believe in you, it just causes so much trouble. It causes so much trouble for everybody, not one side or the other, but for all of us, and we all suffer from that. And whoever, I think that gentleman ask about, when you seek these people, these two new people at this board, don't let it be a buddy system. Don't get somebody that you know is going to vote with you every time. That is not what democracy is about. Get people that have ideas, that's innovative. We don't have an older group on our board, and I'm not saying we have to, but most of the time they're mature, they have a lot of experience, they can tell you things that you wouldn't even think about because you're of the younger generation. And it's just so important that we get the right people to come in here and help us get out of this mess. It's just such a sad thing, and I really hate to see us go down this road, but I don't think it's too late if we move. Pause this here rate increase. We voted to increase these rates last year, and we didn't even know what we were doing. And I know that because I read Facebook and I see some of y'all's comments that we just really didn't know. And we're trying to figure it out. But don't vote on it, honey, if you don't know what it means. Just don't do it. And don't feel bad if you're the only one that votes like that. Eventually, we can talk to each other and we can see what's right or what's wrong and work together to fix it. We want to fix it. We don't want our town to shut down and not have a charter anymore and just be us, We want to be Richlands, and we want to be proud of it. And the way to do that is to be sensible and to be fair and do what is right. And then we won't have to use Bobby anymore. I'm just kidding, Bobby. I like Bobby. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Barbara Cook. Barbara Cook of Plantation Drive. Barbara, would you mind to state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Barbara Cook, in case you didn't hear the first two times. And I live at 264 Plantation Drive, and Wanda is actually my neighbor. This is my first time speaking at a council meeting, so I'm a little bit nervous too, but there's some things that I feel I need to say, and some of them coincide with the others, and some of them are just out in left field or something. The first thing I would like to say is last week and the other time I came to a council meeting, I noticed that there were, I didn't even bring my cell phone, but there were council members going like this during the meeting. And if I was the mayor, I would not be happy. I think that's disrespectful. I think you need to be listening and paying attention, not texting somebody at home or neighbor or a fellow council member. I don't know who you were talking to, but that, to me, that's disrespectful. Secondly, as members of the town council, I'm sure that you were advised of your duties before you took your position or when you took your position. You knew when regular meetings would be held. And I think that if we want to have an effective town council, then we need to have the council members present during meetings. How can you be an effective council if you don't attend all the meetings? As far as the budget goes, I'm sure that it's like a lot of budgets. There's pork in it, there's extras in it, there's hidden things in it, and we as citizens can't change that. We have to trust you as the council members to go through it. And, you can go through it line by line. You don't have to just look at the department heads, the total department budgets, but you can go line by line and say, hey, what do they need all this money for? Why do they need 10,000 here more than they did last year? And people in the town, other people, only have so much money per month. The town only has so much money. People have to budget, the town's going to have to budget. And you're going to have to do something that's within your limitations. You can't have a $10 million budget and I don't remember, I printed it off, but I don't remember what the bottom line is. But, you can't have a budget for that if you've only got $7 million. You've got to work with what you've got. And I know that inflation is high, costs are high to the town as well as to all the citizens. And, we have to find a way around it. We have to work with it. Look at that budget carefully before you say your yes. Be the one that stands up and says, hey, I think we can reduce a little bit here. We don't have to, I'm going to finish real fast. Okay, last, one thing, I moved into Hidden Valley 4 years ago, and we were not there when it was incorporated into the town, but we've been told that the residents of Hidden Valley were promised sidewalks and the street lights. I was just kind of wondering where they were, or when it was in the budget to get them. And one more thing. I know I've rambled a little bit, but as councilmen, as a town, we need to have a vision. And, we need to have a common vision between you all and we all. And we need to look at what are we doing to help the town of Richlands to attain that vision. We have to have goals. We need to make sure that we're doing something to attain those goals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Ken Smith. Ken? Would you mind to state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Ken Smith. I live at 303 South Center Street. And what I've got to say will be brief. I wasn't planning on talking when I came here tonight. But you people took an oath when you took this office. I'm not sure what the contents of the oath was, but I'm sure it was to protect and serve the people of Richlands. I'm certain there was nothing in there about raping the town, bankrupting its citizens, and abusing the elderly, because that's what you're doing. The first two are self-explanatory. What I'm talking about is abusing the citizens, the elderly, is when you cut their power off. I myself personally am responsible for a family member. I have to take care of their bank account, pay their bills, and everything. If I was to sit back on my butt and not pay that family member's power bill and water bill, and it got cut off, you know what would happen to me? I'd be right up there in Tazewell in the jail, because that is abuse. You've got people here in this town that have been going through this last cold spell with no power, no water, no nothing. Now, all I got to say is, you took an oath. If you cannot live up to that oath, then you need to get up, walk out right now.
Thank you, Ken. Would you please pass this to the clerk for the record? Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda, we have Roman numeral 7, the 911 anniversary presentation, Captain Davis and Lieutenant Triplett. Is that correct? For the Tazewell County Sheriff's Department. So if you'll please come forward and make your presentation.
All right. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I'm Captain Randy Ann Davis. This is Lieutenant Brian Triplett with the Tazewell County Sheriff's Office. I am the Director of Tazewell County 911 Communications Division. And thank you very much for letting us speak tonight and visit with you just a moment. This year, I didn't know, you may have seen some of it in the paper already. This year, is a monumental step for us. This is 25 years of 911 for Tazewell County and the whole county. We started in 1997. Actually, April 23rd is our first day that we had our first 911 call. And in fact, I looked through the archives and the newspaper had in there, they had more calls of people saying, hello, is this 911? Because they'd never had 911 in Tazewell County before, and you know that's the front page. More people were more curious than had an emergencies that day. Of course, it's changed since then, so we have a lot of calls. I don't know if you know where we started. We started on Main Street in Tazewell. I think it's the Chop House now. It was 7. Before that, it was Piggyback Cafe. We had a small room, had to go upstairs, and had a handmade out of plywood console. We had one Zetron console, and it was only for fire and EMS. We talked to the sheriff's office, who had had a dispatch through an intercom. So if we get a call for 911 for law enforcement, we'd use the intercom and we'd let the sheriff's office know. And if we had a call for Tazewell Town PD, they had a mobile radio under the desk, and they picked it up and hollered at it over the radio. The phones are just like our typical office phones kind of today. Of course, not as high-tech, no caller ID. You were lucky to get a phone number, so that dispatcher had to get all that information, ask all those questions. They had to get their name and their address. Oh, something else, they didn't have computers either. They had to handwrite everything. All of our call sheets were handwritten. The map, we had a map on the board, and it had route numbers. I don't know, I know I lived in Tannersville, and we had star route and box numbers. We didn't even have house numbers then. So it was a real challenge for 911 25 years ago. After we were in the Piggyback Cafe, we then moved above the water plant. I don't know if any of you were familiar with that. That was on Blackwell Street. We had 40 steps, still have to go upstairs, but we did expand to 3 consoles. We got our first computers. We've got our first mapping system. Still was little, you know, due to times and like Verizon and all these wireless companies being new, you still didn't have a whole lot of caller ID. Did have a little bit better mapping system. It did track the calls, mainly to the towers and everything. In 2010, we moved into where we're at now, in the Tazewell County Sheriff's Office building, the old junior high building, and we have all kinds of mapping, and we have top-of-line 911. We just got our new 911 equipment that was received on a grant. We're getting ready to move next gen, which is going to be a big step for all of Southwest Virginia, not just Tazewell County. And we've got some new things. We've got the Smart 911 app, which we're pushing out, and you can enter all your information in your cell phone. And what that does is that helps 911. If you call 911, it's going to pop up not only with your caller ID number and your information from your cell phone carrier, but whatever you would like to share. So they laugh at me with mine. I have, of course, a picture of all my pets. So if there's a fire or something, they can say, oh, she's got 4 dogs. You know, I'm concerned about them. Of course, she has my husband down too. And can't forget him. And he's like, and you can have your emergency contacts. So we have him and my daughter, of course, as emergency contacts. See, I made you all laugh. That's good.
You can't forget your mate, but your dogs are most important.
Yes, yes. Got to have my puppies. Of course, you probably have them top of the list too. But it has whatever you want to share on there. If you have any kind of medical conditions, and what it's mostly we were promoting it for is for family members that had any kind of cognitive issues or special needs at home. If they had you know, a special location in the house, or if they had, you know, a wheelchair or they were bedfast. So we're real excited. We've got the information on the Sheriff's Office Facebook, so anyone can sign up. It doesn't cost anything. It's secure. You can put it up on your phone and add what you would like and not like. One other thing, we do still have a dispatcher that started when we started. She actually started in February. We had several, and they did all their training. their EMD training. We did have dispatcher training and EMD type training, medical dispatch training back then. Christina Chanel. And when she came to work for us, she was also running with Richlands Rescue. And she was a volunteer, and she ran with the rescue squad for several years while she dispatched as well. So she knew this end of the county real well and helped us out tremendously over the years. I'd like to again thank you for your time.
Thank you.
As always, we appreciate everything you all do to work with 911. And any of you would like to come up, I know some of you have come up and visited the 911 center now that COVID's kind of laid down a little bit. Just give me a call or the sheriff or Major Heatley, and you're welcome to come up and visit and see some of our new things in action anytime you'd like to.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on 25
Thank you.
years.
One more trip around, I'll get out of your way.
Oh, we're fine. We appreciate the gifts and the information.
Thank you.
Follow all this. Thank you, sir.
That's pretty cool.
Ah, nice, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, next, Roman numeral 8, we have introduction of a new Director of Human Resources. John?
I just wanted to have Kim Fields come, so y'all would be able to put a face with the name, and then if she has anything to say. I've been giving her a hard time, told her she had to give a speech all week, so we'll see what she came up with.
Welcome, Kim.
Hi, my name is Kim Fields, and I am the new Director of Human Resources. I have been in Human Resources, I guess, about the last 5 years. Banking was my background for 25 years. I've always lived here. I'm married, have one son, I think most everybody knows, Brady. And I just like coming on. I'm glad you all had me to come on to the board, not the board, to the town. Not a very good public speaker, I don't think.
I think you did fine.
So, thank you all.
Kim, thank you very much. We wish you the very best. We're sure you'll be an asset. Thank you. Okay, welcome. Next, we have Roman numeral 8. We'll call it sub AB, whatever. Appointment of the new town clerk. John?
Do we have a formal process for the appointment, or is it just a? Okay, so
We would need, the Office of the Mayor will entertain a motion to accept our new town clerk, Ms. Hackworth. Would you care to say anything at all, like hello, whatever? You're welcome. Rebecca, pleased to have you, Rebecca. So is there a motion to appoint Rebecca Hackworth as our new town clerk?
I'll make that motion.
Dale makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Jeff makes the second. Is there any further discussion on the appointment of Rebecca Hackworth to be the Richlands town clerk, Richlands Council town clerk? Being no discussion, I will ask for a roll call vote from Connie.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. Congratulations to you, Ms. Hackworth. And on that note, for every new beginning, there's also the bittersweet end. Thank you, Connie, for your service.
Thank you, Connie.
Thank you. And I feel like that all good people should maintain contact with the town, so we hope that you do and will. You've been there for so many events and copious minutes, and we thank you for your service and wish you the very best.
We'll miss you, Connie.
Okay.
Do you want an appointment?
Okay, and next we have Roman numeral 9, VDEM. I think is this Virginia Department of Emergency Management? Is that what that is?
yes.
Okay, I asked John to go over some of these acronyms because when I first came on council, I complained bitterly to Mr. Taylor I said, all these acronyms are kind of exclusionary. We don't know what they are. And when I went to the high school, I found it to be the same thing. And so I'm telling all the people here, we need explanations. So, John, take it away.
All right. Well, I was going to turn it over. Is Tim?
Tim Estes. Is Tim here?
Yeah, well, I'll hand it over to Tim. This is related to the flooding that was brought up probably 2 to 3 months ago. We followed up with VDEM and kind of see, what was available, and I'll kind of hand it over and let him give you kind of an overview of how that discussion went and maybe, what our options are to potentially look at some options to try to help address the flooding in town.
Thank you. Tim, thank you so much for coming tonight. You're with the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, is that right?
Yes, sir. We call
I
it
just
VDM.
want-
Sorry for the acronyms.
That's all right.
And-
People who don't know that, don't know what we're talking about, so welcome, and you feel free to take it away.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council, and citizens of Richlands, thanks for allowing us to be here tonight to talk to you. With me tonight, I have Justin Haga, who is my disaster response and recovery officer. We call him a Dr. Rowe. We also have Sarah Harrington, who is our all hazards planner. We don't have a fancy name for her, just AHP. And on the Zoom call, we have Miss Amy Howard. Amy is in Richmond. She is our hazard mitigations grant administrator. No fancy words or acronyms for her, but she takes care of our region, which is Region 4, which runs from the city of Radford to Lee County. You're no stranger to flooding in Richlands. I've been here several times for flooding events, working either for another state agency or for the Virginia Department of Emergency Management. And you have several areas in Richlands that flood, and everyone knows that. We have some mechanisms that are available that Richlands could apply for. It's a grant or grants that you could apply for to help mitigate some of your flooding issues that you have in the town. There are several different types of flooding mitigation grants, and I'm going to have Ms. Howard explain the majority of those because that is her expertise. If the town of Richlands decided to move forward with this, then you would be working mostly with Ms. Harrington, as she would help along with Ms. Howard with the town to move forward in this endeavor. Amy, are you on the call?
Yes, Tim, I'm here.
Okay.
Yes. We heard from one of your council persons about the flooding here. What I had to offer you all is what we call advanced assistance grant. And what that grant does is it studies what your issues are and how to fix those issues. There's up to $200,000 through different programs. One would be the BRIC program, or Building Resistant and Infrastructure in Communities. And that BRIC program, if you applied for it and got the advanced assistance grant, the following year, whatever the engineering firm had decided was the best way to fix your problem, you would then move into kind of a preferred phase to get the money for the actual project. Now, we also have an HMGP program. That money is given out after presidential declaration. Right now, we do have one we got for the snowstorm in January, 4644, and funding can be made available through that. Most of the time, an advanced assistance grant, it usually costs around $50,000 to $100,000 to see, number one, what the issue is, what's causing it, and then the final phase would be, how do we fix it? So those are some funding streams. FMA is available for the community, but under the FMA, it's only to fix flooding issues, and the citizens it will protect must have flood insurance. So that's the only caveat to the FMA program, or Flood Mitigation Assistance Program, is that the areas that you protect have to have flood insurance. So I just gave you 3 different grant programs: FMA, BRIC, and HMGP. Under any of those programs, we could do the advanced assistance, or what we call an environmental study, to see what the issues are. Are there any questions for me?
Can you repeat the HMGP one for me?
Sure, hazard mitigation grant program. What that program comes is after a presidential declaration. So what happens is a disaster happens, and then VDM gets with the governor of Virginia. We apply to the president to get funding to help our localities recover. I'm sure many of you know what happened in Grundy, Virginia. They got a declaration, and we're gonna work to get the citizens some solutions to their problems, whether we elevate and or acquire or rebuild.
Are they a match to any of those grants?
Yes. If you're a small and impoverished community, FEMA will give you up to 90%. But most of the FEMA grants are 75-25. Under HMGP, the state matches with 20%, I'm sorry, and the locality is responsible for the 5%. The 5% can be made with in-kind. So a city staff time can be matched with what we call in-kind match. It does not always have to be funding. And under these new programs with the small and impoverished community, FEMA's giving us 90%, and the state is making the extra 10%. So depending on what program we apply under, it could potentially be 100% funded.
Did you say the top amount was $200,000?
Yes, you can apply for advanced assistance up to $200,000.
Let me
But
ask,
it would depend on the funding stream, yes.
okay, what route did Grundy go? I think they got $150 million, which, are you aware of that?
Are you talking about when they moved the town?
Yeah.
We would have to research that and see exactly what funding stream, because I know there was FEMA money in that. There was Army Corps of Engineer money in that. There was a lot of different federal pots that helped move the town. Most recently, we had the flooding in Hurley, and that was a presidential declared disaster. So, you know, there would be hazard mitigation grant, HMGP monies available from that disaster, as well as the other one that Amy spoke about, the recent winter floods or winter storms that we had in central Virginia.
Every dollar counts, but I think it's going to take more than $200,000 to solve our problems.
Well, the $200,000 is only to study.
$200,000 is a study.
First
We
step.
need to find out
Oh,
what
the
the
study,
issue
okay.
is and how to fix it. The following that study is when you apply for the money for the project. No, I'm not offering you $200,000 to fix the problem. I'm offering you $200,000 so that you can see what the problem is and how to fix it.
That's great, okay.
What are next steps, Ms. Howard?
You just need someone that's appointed that Sarah can sit down and work with to get an application going.
So we could, Mr. Street, we could work with Mr. O'Daniel or someone in his office, and Sarah can work with them to work
Okay.
on the application process and start that. If that's the route that the town of Richlands wanted to go, we can make that happen fairly quick.
What's the deadline?
The
for
town
those?
manager.
We could work, typically work with a full-time staff.
Right.
So either him or someone in his office.
Yes, good question, Mike.
Are there deadlines for this grant? Are we time constraints? Is it pretty open?
Amy, do you know the open and close dates for these?
Okay, the BRIC program won't open till around July, if that's the one you want to shoot for. The FMA and the BRIC, what we call the NOFO, or Notice of Funding Opportunity, normally comes out in July to August timeframe, and you have until January. We will work with you to get that application perfected and into the system. The HMGP is usually 1 year, it expires 1 year after the declaration. So we just got the 4644 approved, so we have a little bit of time.
And the 4644 is a FEMA number assigned to the disaster that happened in central Virginia for the winter snowstorms.
Okay.
So
Yes, that number is, like FEMA started at 1 for the first disaster, and then they just add on to the numbers each time.
Ms. Howard, I have a question. Are these applications, or the detailed information, is this online?
Yes, we can send you the information on the grant, and we can send that to Mr. O'Daniel, so he'll have that, and he can
He can
disperse that.
circulate it to the
Yes.
council.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sorry, I was muted.
Oh, that's
Yes,
okay.
the-
It's
the
okay.
grant program is electronic.
Okay, thank you.
If we work closely, is it Amy?
Miss Amy is on the phone, yes, sir.
Okay. Could council have an update each month until the application's submitted so that we can keep in close contact?
Yeah, I mean, we can arrange that to have someone give you a report, and we basically would work through Mr. O'Daniel to do that, but we'd be happy to do that, to keep you abreast.
I would just like all council kept up to date.
And as I understand it, we would be working with all of you, but in particular, our point of contact would be
Ms. Harrington, Sarah.
Ms. Harrington.
Yes, sir. And just to be honest, as long as you have the ability to get online, it's easier, because
Yes.
none of us live in Richlands. I live in Abingdon, Justin lives in Carroll County, and Sarah lives in Smith County. So having the ability to go online to attend the meeting would be easier, if that's always a possibility, or can be a possibility when you need a report. That would be best, if you could make that happen.
So that would be great. Each council meeting, we could be online with you guys, keep up to date, and push it as hard as we could.
Yes, sir. And we can make that happen. And we'll work with Mr. O'Daniel to make sure that happens.
That would be great if we could talk to you each council meeting.
Any other questions for the VDM team?
Thanks for coming. Certainly appreciate it.
Thank you all for the opportunity, and we look forward to working with you in the future. And I trust that you'll be able to get some funding and determine what the issue is, and then we can figure out what the funding stream would be to fix the issue. And that's what we hope to do.
So I
Thank you,
guess,
Mr. Estes.
oh, I'm sorry. I think the next step would be, if we can get it moving, maybe the next council meeting, that we could be online with you in Richmond, or Ms. Howard.
Yeah, Miss Howard is in Richmond, Miss
Okay.
Harrington, Smith County.
Okay, Ms. Harrington, and maybe Zoom meeting, each council meeting, the next council meeting?
Well, it depends on when the next council meeting is and how fast we can move through the
It's
process.
30 days.
30 days, once a month.
Yes.
Yeah, we should be able to make that work and have somebody representative from our team to be able to update you.
I think if we all keep in contact, the whole council plus the town manager, I think we can all push it harder, okay?
I'd be happy to do that.
Mayor, do you need a motion for John to start the application process with VDM, or
I don't know that
consensus?
we need a motion right now unless you just feel compelled to do one. I think,
Consensus.
John, would you like a motion to
No,
direct you?
we can start working on it, but if the application doesn't come out till July or August, there's really not a whole lot we can do
Oh, that's true.
beyond, you just staying in touch, and you let them know that as soon as they get some more information to reach out, and you start the process at that point.
Maybe when we start the process.
Yeah. So we have a few months until we can really,
That's only one program.
Yep,
that's
Okay.
And the other one may be sooner.
all right.
I took the dates,
That's
they're all
only
varied.
the brick in FMA is in August or July.
Which one she recommended?
The HMGP, I can give you more of a deadline. I can communicate the information to Sarah, she can get back with you on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. And so as soon as you have the information on these deadlines and application start dates and when they are due, you probably could communicate that with our town manager, Mr. O'Daniel, and with our VDM people around here, Mr. Estes and Ms. Harrington and the rest of the crew.
Could Mr. O'Daniels coordinate the council meetings with Richmond?
I think, well, we have a regular council meeting, Doug. That's what, I think what you're asking, correct me if I'm wrong, is can we meet with them monthly via Zoom?
Yes.
And I'm going to suggest that we can, but I would suggest that first we need to get the process rolling. In some way, he has to get the information. So if I'm guessing this, I don't know. If at the next meeting we haven't gotten too far, he could report on it. But the next meeting, we definitely want to have a progress update.
Well,
I'm suggesting.
Yeah, I think he said he could be ready within 30 days.
Yeah, as soon as the process is open to apply, I think it would be premature if we came back and there was nothing to report other than we're waiting for the application process to
That's
open.
what I was trying to say.
And,
Oh, okay.
you know,
I couldn't
as
say it
as
very
soon as the
well.
application process is
Okay.
open, we would be happy to come back and report progress.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
Just one more.
Mike?
Ms. Howard, in your experience, is it better for us to apply for all three? Is it better for us to choose one based on our current problems? What's your opinion on that? What approach would you take?
There's a rubric for each program. I wouldn't recommend applying for all three because the application is pretty involved.
Okay.
So that would be definitely putting a lot of work on someone.
Okay, so what would you need additionally to figure out which grant process is going to be the best for our town? What do you need additionally?
All of the programs will work. The brick one is the one, like I said. Do you know whether the citizens in downtown that will be protected have flood insurance?
I would say that given the state of our town, there would be a significant amount of citizens that would not have flood insurance.
Okay, so the FMA program then wouldn't be one that you could apply for.
Okay.
The brick one, you would be able to. That one, again, that's the one that opens later. And the 4644 has just opened. So I'm not sure if it's open in the grant system yet, but you could definitely, start applying for that like next week. But my other question is, are you a smaller than impoverished community? And FEMA's definition of that is less than 4,000 citizens?
No.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Are there any other qualifications for that?
That's kind of the main one. FEMA has some other like little things that we would have to do if we could prove that on your county's fiscal index.
Okay.
That's something else we can look at too.
Okay, I do think, based on our last conversation, that we actually fall within that category. Should we schedule some type of meeting, you and John, maybe a few members of council, a couple members of council, to see if that is the case?
Sure. I mean, I'm available whenever you would like to meet.
Okay, all right. I don't want to rule out anything. I do think we fall within those parameters of that. So I don't want to rule something out if we certainly are. Or if you can do some research on that and get back to John and let us know. Obviously, we'd want to take advantage of that if we could.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for the VDM people? Mr. Estes, thank you very much, and your staff. Thank you, Ms. Howard. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. That was very helpful. All right, next we have Roman numeral 10, Davenport and Company. Is it Roland or Roland Cooch? Mr. Cooch? Yes, sir, you're up. Okay.
Thank you.
You want to tell us how you got to be here, please?
It's a long story. I must say I apologize on behalf of my colleagues, Mr. Laux and Mr. Rose, who intended to be here. However, he did come down with COVID last Friday. So fortunately, I didn't get it. I did my stint earlier this year. He had intended to cover this meeting after Bristol. I was in Bristol with city staff there at some rating agency conference calls. So I came here right after that to discuss the proposed financial and capital planning review proposals on the table. So I'd be glad to give you some highlights of who we've done this for, who we work with, goals and objectives, and really what the outcomes are intended to produce.
And how did you get to be here tonight?
Oh, I drove. I drove straight
No, I
from
mean,
Bristol.
who invited you, John?
Mr. O'Daniel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a meeting. This is something that the county's done. That's why I asked Eric to join us on Zoom. So if you had any questions of how they were able to help them, I believe they started working for the county right when Eric started as county manager. But essentially, this was, a way to, we've had the people, we do our annual audit, but people have we've had some requests from the public to kind of take it a step farther and see what we can do to look at our finances and try to see if there's any way we can be more efficient or there's things that we can do to maybe be better financially. So this was, we've reached out to them based on the work they've done for the county.
Okay.
So he wants to give a little overview of kind of what they have proposed, to do for the town, and then if Eric wants to chime in of kind of what they did for the county, we wanted to give you all some information on this proposal, and then if it's something you'd like us to move forward with, we'll have that discussion at the end.
Okay, thank you, John. Well, proceed.
Thank you very much. And I apologize for misinterpreting the question.
It's no problem.
On the front end. So I'm Roland Cooch of Davenport in Public Finance Department. I've been doing this for 25 years plus in terms of working with local governments. And really what we do on the advisory side is sort of our bread and butter work, and we enjoy doing what we're doing. We work with local governments and have been working closely with Tazewell County here, and I focus on a lot of local governments across the state, and do a lot of work down here, namely with Washington County, Dickinson County, Wise County, and Wythe County, and City of Bristol as well. So a lot of local governments where we do this type of work, where we really go in and try to provide an independent assessment, and provide a financial overview in terms of historic practices, what we see amongst the industry in terms of best practices, and with respect to not only budgets, but also capital planning and debt management, fund balance management. The goal of this is really to provide a document and really a roadmap that would assist the town going forward in future years, not only with one budget year, but multiple budget years for both the general fund as well as the enterprise funds. Our goal is to be able to work with the town and work hand in hand and be really a resource that we could help the town in terms of mapping out strategies for not only meeting capital needs, but also ensuring that the town has financial reserves and wherewithal to be a physically sustainable and physically balanced operation and local government going forward. Really what our review is designed to do is ultimately assist with, when we think about budgeting on a multi-year basis, factoring in the capital needs and really taking into account best practices, not only from a credit standpoint, but also we see with other local governments. I've done this recently personally with a lot of towns recently. We've worked with small towns, large localities, upwards of 30, 40,000 in population, but as small as the town of Crewe. We did one for the town of Crewe where ultimately we ended up providing an assessment of their finances and recommendations with respect to budgeting as well as financial policies in terms of not only just debt management, but operationally going forward. And really it's designed to provide that roadmap for the town to think about on a year-by-year, multi-year planning process.
Thank you. I'm sure maybe members of council have questions, or would you entertain any questions? I don't know. What would you like?
How far back do you go? in regards
We
to-
generally go back 5 years in terms of the historic assessment. We do that with a lot of our localities because generally when you go back prior to that, sometimes you do move out of what could be considered recent comparable events or financial trends. That's the historic perspective. Going forward, we really start with the most current budget or the budget in process and really try to assess, okay, what does it look like financially year 2, 3, 4, and 5. We do see generally in our industry a lot of what I'll call pro forma planning on a multi-year basis for enterprise funds, but sometimes not so much for what we call general tax-supported funds, like general funds. And we think that doing it for both the enterprise funds and the general fund really has the benefits of positioning local governments, including local governments like the town, in good financial standing and thinking about that next 2-3 years beyond the initial budget.
How deep do you go in regards to operating budget?
We go pretty in depth as we need to. Generally, we would start at the agency level or looking at the different categories from the audit, but we've gotten into line item details into a operating budget, as detailed as we have to go to really get to an understanding and the results of what impacts the localities going forward.
So if we were to consider doing this, I haven't looked through here. Is there a timeline? Oh, I see a timetable.
Yeah,
Okay.
approximately an 8-week time frame,
Okay.
based on the acceptance of the proposal or the notice to proceed. We would generally start with a kickoff meeting, really look into make sure we are all both on the same page with respect to the goals and objectives and everything that we're looking at that would be incorporated in this. Here we're contemplating the general fund as well as all the enterprise funds from that aspect. So the report would really be all-encompassing in the town's operations. We would do the analysis, bring into to the table pure comparative analysis. We've got a database of financials that go across a wide variety of local governments, and we have a town and city database as well, really focusing in on comparables that are most likely relevant and similar to the town of
So
Richlands.
you can compare efficiencies or discrepancies with other towns comparable to what we are. Is that what you're
Correct. From audited financial statements and budgets, we can say, okay, what does it mean? What does it look like, over a period of 5 years? How is fund balance tracked? That's a very strong indication of how the town's revenues and expenses have been managed, or how they've been projected or actually incurred over the past 5 years. And really thinking about that going forward, we would take a look at, is there a trend here we need to be concerned about? Is there something that we think, okay, there's definitely an issue here that needs to be thought through, and really sort of planned through for any either corrective action or proactive action going forward.
Do you provide both short-term and long-term solutions?
Yes.
Recommendations, whatever we want to call
Exactly,
it?
recommendations.
Okay.
That's exactly what the goal of our financial and capital planning review is.
And what is your involvement past this year?
It's really subject to the town's discretion. We would love to be able to have a continuing relationship as needed. If there are things that have to be implemented, such as financial policies or in-depth reviews going forward on an annual basis, or really just kind of benchmarking and kind of saying, okay, did we develop a plan for you? Is the plan is there a benchmarks in terms of monitoring that plan that the town's exceeding or surpassing? That's one thing we often do. I just, again, came from Bristol, been working with them for over 20 years through the really, really low times. And now Bristol has really has evolved to probably its best credit standing in the past 2 decades.
Wow.
Bristol, Virginia.
Bristol, Virginia.
Wow. Sorry to ask so many questions. Apologize. This flat fee, is this flat fee annually? for continuing
This flat
mission?
fee is just for the financial planning and capital review. I think if there is a continued relationship, or if there's an assignment to be done, that would of course be worked out with, through Mr. O'Daniel with town council's blessing. Again, without knowing what could result from this in terms of additional work product and or recommendations, that really generally we work on an hourly basis.
Okay.
Do you make recommendations based upon what the community can afford?
Yes, we're not going to recommend something that's totally unrealistic. I mean, taking into a context the historic financials, the state of the budget, the state of not only the general fund but also the utility enterprise funds. I mean, we would be recommending something that's realistic, that makes sense for the town, and really is designed to put the town in good financial standing, not only, one budget year, but you don't want to be surprised in the following year. I mean, that's the ultimate goal.
And you all, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You all still have a relationship with Tazewell County and still
Yes.
working with Tazewell
Actually,
County?
I don't work on it, but Davenport does.
Right,
It's Mr.
yes.
Laux, who couldn't unfortunately be here tonight, has that relationship.
When you, let's say we go with this and you provide us with this analysis and you look at everything, you go 5 years back and you give us recommendations. Obviously, our budget process starts in, before, March, right?
Mhm.
Can you accommodate coming in that time frame so that we can make the proper adjustments that we need going into budget season?
Yes, I think,
Okay.
we should be able to do
Okay.
that.
Any other questions?
Who do you mostly work with, the council or the town manager? I guess I'm asking, how independent are you at
We-
making your recommendations?
We're independent in that we have no vested interest with the town, or, we're an outside independent municipal advisor. Our role is to be a fiduciary, or to provide advice that's in the town's best interest. That's defined as now it's defined through recent, what we'll call regulatory environments, but we've always worked that way. We're, as the advisor, basically the approach would be working with Mr. O'Daniel in terms of, and staff, and looking at the numbers and really digging into the analysis. Ultimately, then we would bring the analysis and the presentation to town council. And that's the ultimate goal, is to present this to council for your consideration in terms of how to best proceed in terms of those recommendations, be it for either general fund and/or enterprise funds, but really across the board. That's the intention. That's sort of the workflow, so to speak.
And how many people are in your firm?
We have about over 400 people in our firm, essentially from Maryland, Virginia, mostly concentrated in Virginia because we are a Virginia founded firm, headquartered in Richmond, North Carolina, and some in Georgia.
That's what you're headquartered in Richmond and Blue Ridge?
Headquartered in Richmond. We travel the state extensively, so we're routinely down in the Southwest Virginia quadrant down here. In public finance, they do specifically what I do. We have about 30 people that cover clients across that footprint.
Okay.
Okay, one question. You compare surrounding towns such as Lebanon, Bluefield, similar towns with the same populations, and you would make comparisons of salaries and so forth like that, how we're doing as compared to those other towns in proximity?
We look at, you're exactly right in terms of the comps with respect to towns. We look at population as being a very relevant factor. Look also at budget size. Budget size is also a relevant factor as well. Whether or not those towns have enterprise funds, some have the extent of enterprise funds that you do. I think you've got the electric enterprise fund, but not all towns have that. So there's a lot of comparability and overlap, but there's some that may be nuanced to Richlands itself.
Do you take into consideration, I think you said a few minutes ago, of what the public can afford, what the citizens in that budget, and would you make comparisons, say, of a finance office, of what size we should have, how much we should put into that finance office? That's just an example, as compared to the surrounding towns. Is that?
Yeah, yes. I mean, that's part of it in terms of administration, what I'll call administrative expense in the budget versus other towns that may or may not have as extensive support staff or administrative staff.
In other words, you would look at, say, Tazewell or Lebanon and look at their finance office and compare what we're putting into our finance office compared to theirs and make recommendations.
Mm-hmm. We can include that as well.
Pardon, you do that?
Yeah. It's, again, we go as in depth as we need to, or, as macro as we need to. Usually it's a balance of somewhere in between. I've personally worked on budget analysis and projections and kind of a detailed analysis down to line items that are very, very in-depth, when it comes to staffing and so forth. So,
Well, it sounds very professional, and I thank you. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, it says
go ahead, Mike.
multi-year plan.
Mhm.
How many years do you go out?
Generally 5 out.
Okay.
5 back and 5 out.
Okay.
Once you get beyond 5 years, it really gets a little hard to
Unpredictable.
project.
Premature.
Yeah.
I have a question. First off, I want to thank you for coming. It sounds very encouraging that we have someone who could advise us. And to that end, I don't have any more questions, but I will ask members of council, are there any more questions for?
I have one, if you
Yes.
don't mind. And with regards to, I guess, the fee that we have to pay to do this study, what are ways to measure success of the program, or, previous other examples of, is this program successful? Has it been, implemented in different ways? How do you guys measure your success?
I think the benchmarks are, what we find in terms of the analysis and the recommendations we have. One, we try to develop recommendations from perspective of policies and procedures that we think, and we've seen historically work for other localities, other towns, be it, the smallest towns to some of the largest cities and local governments, counties that have policies that need to be tweaked. I mean, we've done that. And what we also see is from year to year, after those steps are followed, benchmarks of, okay, has the desired outcome been achieved at that point? I can tell you, I go back to a local government here that I know, Bristol. I mean, I've worked with them personally since the mid to late 90s. And I've seen the ups and downs of Bristol. We've developed many plans for them that some worked because they stuck to them. We've been dealt curveballs because of recessions and had to revise them and revamp them. But all in all, developing policies and procedures, looking at budgets, looking at ways to fund needs going forward prudently, without, to the best we can, prudently advising that and making sure that they follow those recommendations and get the outcomes they achieve. So that's what it is.
I'm sorry, that was a good question that Jim asked, but one question I would ask, Bristol's had a lot of ups and downs, and they had a real down about 5 years ago. Okay, what happened to them? Did they not listen to you, or I guess what happened? I mean, they had some big problems.
A lot of factors. Whether it's economic conditions, certain things were, they're dealt curveballs. I don't want to get into the weeds on their business, but, by and large, we've developed plans for them that have proven to be successful and have achieved
to get them out of the mess.
Yeah.
And Doug, I think that's a good question, actually. But I believe you have these references, Liz, that we can contact.
Yeah.
So that's
Thanks for listening to. I'd like to hear Eric, if we got him here.
Eric, Mike would like to input. Would you like to add something to Davenport and Company?
Sure. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. How are you doing this evening?
Good, Eric. How you?
I started the job as county administrator in 2018, and right in the middle of the budget season, about end of February, when we were heating up, and discovered that we had a real problem. Several years of economic decline pursuant to the recession from 09 to about 12, and then declining populations, declining coal and gas revenues, and our board had proceeded with the assumption that the economy would turn up again, and they would simply fund those shortfalls with our reserves. The economy did not turn up again. In fact, it continued to decline, and by 2018, our reserves were virtually exhausted. So we were getting ready to come off a cliff, and
Sounds familiar.
I know what I don't know, and I knew I didn't know how to get out of that situation. So anyway, we reached out to Davenport, retained them, and they came up with a plan for us to reach what we felt like was fiscal solvency. Basically having reserves that if we do have disasters, we can sort of take those in stride and proceed. Also, we don't have to raise and lower taxes every year based on certain outcomes during the year. If we have a good year, we keep it in the reserves. If we have a bad year, then we pay for it out of those reserves. But we didn't have any margin in 2018. So while we were debating, do we cut taxes or cut spending, we hired Davenport. They charted a course for us of where we needed to get to as far as what our target was, for the amount of reserves we needed and a time frame to get us there. And what we discovered is we needed to cut and raise taxes, which was a bad answer for both sides of the debate. But we did that. We eliminated several positions. We went from 5 personnel in IT to 2. We went from 2 engineers to 1, 2 attorneys to 1, 2 administrators to 1. We eliminated a position in economic development, 3 in maintenance, 2 in custodial. We really cut hard. At the same time, we raised taxes as well. And it was a combination of the two to turn things around for us. And we went from having probably about $250,000 at the end of FY 18, which for a $96+ million budget was not a lot of reserves. And we had to get a line of credit that year. And I distinctly remember a conversation with the treasurer saying, you know, if we can't pay everybody, do we pay the deputies or do we pay the teachers? And that's not a conversation you want to have. So Davenport helped us. They advised us to get a line of credit, which I think was a really good move for us. And knock on something, we haven't used it yet, but you know you can pay both your deputies and your teachers. So we got the line of credit, and then we started a path towards building those reserves. And last July, we had a little under $6 million in the bank, which has been a huge improvement. That's after 3 years, and now we're going in the 4th year of our 5-year plan. So our hope is to be at $8 million in reserve, which I think is a healthy number for us. And if we have recessions or pandemics or whatever it is that come up, we've got a little money to deal with it. But they've been very helpful. They restructured some debt for us. We had high interest rates, and they were able to refinance those at a lower rate for us. They were able to spread out some courthouse debt that we had to help us pay for a new phase of landfill. So they've been very helpful for us. It's a good tool, but I will say it's just like a diet plan or a fitness trainer or whoever. You know, anybody will have a plan for you. Living it's the hard thing. So whatever course you choose to try to recover, you got to be willing to take some hits and do some unpleasant things.
Good counsel, counselor. Thank you. It is. I appreciate that. Any other questions for Eric while he's with us?
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you,
Thank you
Eric.
very much for joining us and for your input. And
Yes, sir. If you don't need me, Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and take my leave.
thank you very much. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, you too.
Okay. I guess, are we, any more questions here? I have a thought. It sounds like a promising thought, an idea that we need to consider. I don't know that this is worked into our budget, this 12.5. Is it in there, John? So that's something we would have to take up, I think, to put it in the budget. And so what is council's wish on this? Shall we take this up in budget work session?
I'm ready to get started with it.
Definitely interest, yes.
Yeah.
I think we need to do it, whatever it takes to do it. I know, I'm on the county IDA and planning commission for the county, and I've heard Eric and other people talk about this, and it's just been a real success, and they've done it for other communities, and you hear the waste that they found and stuff for the county, so,
So what is council's desire?
I agree with
I'm for
Darrell.
it.
I'm for
I
it.
agree 100%.
Okay.
I'm ready.
I think we have funds for,
How ready are you? Do you want to make a motion? What do you want? to
I'll make a motion to do it.
I'll second the motion.
Let's be clear to do.
I'm a believer in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen it.
Let's make sure we get it right, Darrell.
Okay, you
Can you start tomorrow?
Tonight?
On your way home?
Yeah.
On your drive on the way.
John, can you get him what he needs for fast food?
Hands-free.
I have a question. There's a motion, but did we have a second? I have a question.
Yes.
Mikey.
Did you second, Mike? So there's a motion and a second discussion. Are you going to present a contract for the council to consider? We have a motion, I think, to proceed, but do we have a contract that
Right.
you'll?
This letter really is as simple as the contract can
serve
get.
as the
Yes.
contract.
Agreed to.
I mean, I haven't really seen it to this now.
Yeah. It's designed to be accepted by Mr. O'Daniel and, subject to council approval.
Okay.
And we really have, this will serve as basically the review contract, the scope of services, the timeline from that perspective.
Okay. So, okay, thank you. I just want to be clear on that. So we have a motion made by Darrell. We have a second made by Mike to accept this as, it says, whatever, this as a contract dated April the 14th, 2022 to John. So I think we have a motion and a second on the floor to accept this as the contract. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Is there any discussion on this, members of council?
Bob, contract-wise, this is all,
Well, this is a letter of proposal, and it's
Okay.
signed by representatives of Davenport and Company, Mr. Rose, and Mr. Lau.
Laus.
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 And it has a section here for John to sign and agreed to on behalf of the town of Richlands, and it sets out the goals, the objectives, the timetable for development and deliver of the financial and capital planning review, the proposed compensation, and so it seems to have all of the essentials for the project and for the cost of the project, so
Thank you, Bob.
seems ready to go.
So there's a motion and a second on the floor to accept this proposal from Davenport Public Finance. And is there any further discussion? And I see here on the back we do have a place for John to sign. Is there any further discussion? There being no discussion, I would ask Clerk Hackworth to have a roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 It's unanimous, motion carries, you're employed.
Thank you.
So I will.
Thanks, Charlie. Appreciate it.
I'm sure you'll get with the town manager and he can give us an update as
Mr.
needed.
Laux.
We go with Cal.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. So, is your last, did he leave already?
Mhm.
Okay, is his last name Cooch, K-O-O-C-H, is that right?
That's correct. K-O-O-C-H.
Okay. Next, on Roman numeral 11, we have DEQ update on the Iron Street property, Meade Anderson, the Virginia DEQ via Zoom.
Yeah, this is
So,
the,
Mr. Anderson, welcome. Can you hear us?
Good evening.
Yep.
Good evening, sir. How are you
Yes,
doing?
I can.
Great. So you're from the Department of Environmental Quality, and you're going to update us on the Iron Street property that I think we've been talking about for some time. So can you give us an update, please?
Yes, sir, I can. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. My name is Meade Anderson, and I work for the Department of Environmental Quality. I manage the brownfields and the voluntary remediation program with DEQ. I've been involved in this site since it first made application to our voluntary program. Back in, I believe it was 2007, I conducted several site visits out there. For those of you who were not around, I believe that site, actually, there was interest from the town in that property that goes back into the late 90s. Simmons ran, or Tran now, Train, I believe, is the name of the company that owns the property now, through corporate mergers, had interest in selling or divesting that property to the town, which ultimately led to the enrollment in the VRP. There was some cleanup done from underground storage tanks. We have worked our way through the VRP process itself, and they have fully characterized the site. They do have a removal action plan for removing a small area of lead contaminated soils out there. That is pretty much ready to go. I did receive a report recently from them that we're going to review. Our project manager retired last year, and I have a new project manager that has just come on board, and she will be reviewing this report in the near future, and we'll be working with the consultant on scheduling the work out there. What y'all probably wonder is, what is the advantage of the voluntary remediation program and what comes at the end of it? It's a program that is set up by the General Assembly, and it was for sites that did not fall neatly into any other type of cleanup program out there. This is one of those sites. And when it's complete, there will be a enforcement immunity from the state, meaning that it's a closure document that there's no further state interest or federal interest in this property. There will likely be some restrictions put on that property, such as commercial use only, no consumption of the groundwater out there. Maybe maintain some cap area. I don't know at this point. They will probably be fairly high level. If a future owner ever desired to do additional work out there, there's the possibility of removing those restrictions. It's a pretty straightforward process. That is a quick update. I'm sure I've left out something that's really important to you folks at the table, so I'm open for any questions that you may have.
I have a question. Thank you very much for being with us tonight. You mentioned the most recent study or something like that. Did I misunderstand that? A most recent study of the soil?
Well, the consultant has reevaluated the risk out there using a statistical model. We discussed that recently, what they had put together, and they're probably going to resubmit a revised risk assessment for the property, and as well as revising some of their proposed excavation areas. Nothing on it is that significant of a change. It just eliminates removing soil in a couple of areas, because it just really doesn't pose a risk once you look at the statistical package that it was evaluated in.
Okay. Thank you.
One
Any
question.
others? Go ahead, Doug.
I'm sorry. One question. You mentioned commercial use. Would that would include if the town wanted to use it themselves?
Use it for what? I'm sorry.
If the town wanted to utilize the property itself, that would be allowed, since you said commercial use.
Yes, sir, that's correct. Commercial is a very broad term. I mean, it could be used for, a parking lot, a town shop. It could be used for divesting, and you could build on it and, put a plumbing repair store, for instance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, gentlemen?
So at this time, you wouldn't have any concerns if you were one of members of the board or staff on potentially taking over this property for future development?
Me? I run the program, so I'm a little biased that we've done a good job on it. I don't think so. I think it's the enforcement immunity is a powerful tool. And I'm kind of like Davenport in a way. I work with a lot of small towns. I was just on the phone today working with Victoria and Kenbridge on projects like this. I was last week down in Lawrenceville working with them. So, I feel that when we give you advice, that we're trying to give you the best advice. And I don't think it's a highly contaminated site by any means. And if it was, I would let you know. That's part of my job.
And you said the enforcement immunity is state and federal?
Correct.
No.
There's very little chance of the EPA getting involved in a site like this, but what I try to demonstrate with that is the robustness of the enforcement immunity. The EPA immunity, in a sense, comes through a memorandum of agreement that we maintain with the EPA, that when a site finishes the voluntary program, which this site is enrolled in, there'll be no federal interest in that property.
Thank you. Any other, John? More questions?
all I have.
Anyone else? One last question. The company, when I think the owners of the property did voluntary remediation of the property, is that correct? Then they cleaned it up voluntarily. You're muted. Can you turn on your mute? Thank you.
Another hat that I do wear is I work closely with the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. We do get brownfield grant money in, and there is the possibility of the town getting grant funds to conduct phase 1 or phase 2 environmental assessment before their acquisition. That way they would meet the standards of both the Virginia and the federal brownfields laws. It would also provide funding for the town to evaluate, what planning they may need if they were going to use it for a function, whether it be a lay-down yard or for a support facility, to construct. So I would be glad to work with the town on a grant application. And I will, what came up earlier, and I know the question might be, is there a match involved? Yes, there is a one-to-one match. We are very flexible, so we can actually take the work that Train has done within the last 5 years, and if they could provide us some documentation of the costs that are involved, and we could use that as a match up to $50,000.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. Thank you very much for joining us this evening, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Sure. Feel free to reach out and ask any questions if you have some, and I'll be glad to help you answer them and, help you with the grant application.
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening.
I'll take my leave. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, that was very helpful. All right, next we have Roman numeral 12, GDS and BRP electric update.
Mayor,
Thomas.
if it's okay before we move on, is this something that council's still interested in pursuing, or?
I think we
Yeah.
are. I shouldn't have skipped over that. I'm sorry. So what is council's desire on this property? I think it's been in the works for years, and so we have talked about it, and he says it's safe. What was the last piece he said he could do? What was it, to ensure safety? What was it he said, or did I misunderstand?
Said that they could, there's funds available for those assessments for that land prior to doing anything with them.
Phase one.
Phase one. Would that, I'm asking, would that be advisable? What do you think? It's a last measure of support for the safety of it. What do you think, guys?
Basically wouldn't cost us anything, because it sounds like as long as Crane can provide financial statements to show that they have completed work, up to $50,000 will be our match. We can use that as our match. So
Well, I'm thinking,
I don't think
would
it
you,
hurts.
I think it would be a safety thing for us to proceed with that. Do you guys think
I
so?
agree. I agree.
Because people live there, and we can't deny that, and they've been unsettled for years. I think it's a responsible thing for council to do. So, I guess we should entertain a motion to move forward with that particular phase of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I can do that, and then I'll see how everything else
Can we
needs
have
to
a
fall into
motion to that
place.
effect to authorize you to do that,
If you,
John?
if you was buying the property, bank would make you do a phase two on that property anyway.
So should we have a motion to move forward, let you move forward with that particular part of it, John? I would think we should.
Yeah.
I'll make
I
that
agree.
motion.
Doug makes the motion.
I'll second
To
it.
move forward with the follow-up safety piece. I don't know what it's called. Help me on that, guys. What is it called?
It's an environmental assessment.
Environmental assessment. All right, so you make the motion and you seconded it.
Mhm.
Any discussion on that? Okay. Any further discussion? I will call for a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Yes.
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 Motion carries unanimously. So, John, if you'll move forward on that, and guess maybe you can report at the next meeting how that's going, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so now we'll go to Roman numeral 12, GDS and BRP electric update. Jacob Thomas and Alice Wolf. Welcome. Welcome.
All right, I'll start. But a couple months ago, when we were receiving the complaints with the high electric rates, Mike gave me a call and said, "Hey, what can we do to kind of look in this and see, to have a better idea of what we need to do for next year?" I reached out to GDS and Blue Ridge Power. We've talked to them about a couple of different ways that we could potentially do some cuts to the electric system to try to do savings, as well as looking at what our rates are versus their projections. And we've asked them to kind of present what they found as their recommendation for moving forward.
Can the audience get a copy of that? That was just handed in.
There should be extra.
I believe we have some over here. Thank you. All right, now.
Are you able to share your screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see.
Jacob, how are you doing this evening?
Nope.
Actually, screen sharing is disabled.
Okay, hold on one
Okay,
second.
you'll have to fix that.
If not, we've passed out copies of the slideshow
Okay.
or the PowerPoint.
Jacob,
Get started then.
Jacob, can you send this to John's email
I already
as well?
have it.
You already have it?
Yeah.
Can you send it to council?
Yeah.
The PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Town Council. I'm Jacob Thomas with GES Associates. I'm a principal with the firm. And on the phone with me also is Garrett Cole, who's also a principal at GES, and Alice Wolf with Blue Ridge Power Agency. And as Mr. O'Daniel alluded to, he asked us to take a look at the electric rates for fiscal year '23. Last year, GES had projected that you would need another rate increase in fiscal year '23 after the increase in fiscal year '22. And Mr. O'Daniel had identified some potential cuts to the budget, and we looked at some ways that we might be able to avoid having another rate increase in '23. So we put together just a few slides to show our analysis. I can't screen share now, so let me pull this up here. And by way of setting the stage, so again, last year we had estimated that we would need an additional $876,000 in electric revenue for fiscal year '23 over fiscal year '22, primarily driven by increasing purchase power costs. And so just to help kind of set the stage a little bit, of the roughly $6.5 to $7 million in operating expenses for the electric utility, $5.5 million of that is purchase power costs.
Wow.
And what we had shown is on the graph in the screen there on the right, in particular, was one element of the cost which are related to transmission costs, and that those were increasing significantly, and the expectation was they would continue to increase. And so this rate increase that we had expected for the coming year back in 2021 assumed all of the cost recovery was in base rates and that it would zero out the power cost adjustment factor. It assumed that these winter transmission peaks would be driving power costs. They're the higher cost peaks for us. And it also assumed $200,000 in payment in lieu of taxes. So we took a look at all of that. And basically what we did is we tried to identify how we could cover that $875,000 increase that would be needed. And so a couple of the things that were discussed as potential ways to do it was to eliminate the pilot, the $200,000. Mr. O'Daniel identified that we could reduce the workforce in terms of the cost of an engineer and one extra employee totaling $115,000.
Jacob, I'm sorry to interrupt you. For those who don't know what a pilot is, would you mind explaining what that is, please?
Sure. It is a payment in lieu of taxes, and what it's designed to represent the fact that when the municipal system is, or when an electric system is run by a town, there are certain taxes that they forego that they would recover from an investor-owned utility or another utility that serves those customers and has resources in the town. And so it's a representation of that.
Thank you.
Sure. So this is a little bit of a subtlety, but as I said on the last slide, the plan was to move the power cost adjustment dollars into the base rates. And so that represents another $500,000. If we keep the PCA where it is, we don't have to shift it into base rates, and so that can help offset some of that. And then there's also approximately $200,000 in rate stabilization reserves available. And so if we add these adjustments up, we're expecting a shortfall of about $66,000 that could be drawn out of that reserve fund to basically cover the additional revenue requirement. And so given these components, we think it's very close, but we think also that there is enough room here by eliminating the pilot and these staffing levels that you could get by without increasing rates in fiscal year 2023 over where they are right now.
Let me ask you a question. Is it Jacob?
Yes.
Okay. I see the 200,000. Did you make them, what about the transfers out? You've got a transfer out of 375,000 for administrative cost. You've also got 17.5 for IT. You could eliminate that administrative cost because that's just a way to move money from the electric into different departments. So that would give you a bigger savings and help the citizens if we didn't take anything out of the electric, period.
Jacob,
Do you understand?
are you following? Doug, I'm not sure, and maybe I'm not following. I think he's talking strictly the electricity and what he considers.
That's what I'm talking strictly. This came straight out
From
of
the budget proposal.
Yeah, it came, there's 375 besides the 200 that we've been taking for years. And that could be eliminated. That would skew your analysis. If I can give you some figures of what the electric system made that was taken out of it, in 2018, we made $1,586,000 to the good. In 2019 to 20, we made $1,216,687. In 2020, we didn't do as good, but our profit was $857,607. 21-22, we made $1,392,367. And the proposed increase that you guys proposed, we would make over $2 million through the electric system. Okay, that's a lot, that's several million. If we leave it in there, there wouldn't have to be any increases instead of taking it out and using it for other projects. Are you aware of that? I've got it on the budget.
I don't have your numbers, sir. Looking at the 2020 audited financials, the electric department had net operating income of $31,000.
Okay.
My understanding is that some of those numbers that you're talking about are internal payments for services that are provided to you.
It's money taken out that we shouldn't be taking out, and that's causing the rates to be high. I can show you these figures again. What it cost us in year 18 and 19, it cost us $5,341,000 and odd dollars for the electricity. We made $6,928,000 and some odd change. It cost us in 19 to 20, $5,477,770, and that's paying all cost of the electric. That's paying the workers and all expenses. And the next year we made we bought $5,813,000. That's what it cost us. We made $6,677,603. In 21 to 22, it cost us to buy the electricity, including all the expenses, $5,851,437. We made $7,243,804. In the proposed budget, it's going to cost us, they propose maybe $6 million to buy the electricity with all expenses, and we'll come out with $585. Our power system has done quite well, but a lot of it's been taken out in the budget and used for other things. So if we stop taking this money out and using it for other projects, our electric system would be building quite a reserve without any increases. And I don't think when you do your analysis, you're not given all the facts. You're not given the facts that some money's coming out off the top before you do your estimations. You need a copy of the full budget and know what's being taken out and how it's been used other than the electric fund. Does that make sense?
Doug, you're giving him the wrong numbers.
Those are the right numbers.
Okay.
It's right off the budget.
You're right. Look at the bottom of what you have here.
Mm-hmm.
That is the total budget. That's not your revenue. Your revenue's on this page. It's in red.
Yeah, I know.
That's it. No, you're not looking at it. It's this one. just want you to now compare the 18-19 numbers from the total, from the first one to the second one.
Oh, I know. I know that, but your numbers are including what they're taking out, the numbers. If you look down, they've taken out $375,000 in the proposed budget. You're not including what they're taking out of the electricity. I'm including what comes in and what goes out. You're not. You're not including the funds that the town is using for other projects.
Now, this is the whole budget. The whole budget of electric and the whole revenue of electric. So if you look at 2021, our entire budget for 2021, July 21 to December 21, if you look at, 20 to 2021, 67, so 6,702,000. Our actual revenue was 6,670,000.
What's this?
That would be an increase.
Okay,
That would mean
what
we
year are you
make
talking about?
That means we made $40,000. We are making $0 on our electrical system.
You're not including the money you're taking out.
It's right here. It's in there.
It's right here in the budget.
Yeah, it
that you're
includes it.
taking. The 375's not in those figures.
I have a
It's right
suggestion,
there.
with all due respect. Let me ask Jacob something. Jacob, the figures you presented are based on what you have. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Do you have?
I will suggest, hold on, Doug, you're not wrong. I'm just going to suggest a path. I'm going to think he's got what he's got. And this deserves discussion, but I don't know that it's going to help in this realm. with
Well,
him.
I think he needs to know that we're taking out approximately $600,000. You alluded to 200, but they're not telling you the other close to $400,000 that they're taking out plus the 17, and that's skewing the whole rate system.
What you think they would be recommending.
Right.
Well,
What
I
you're
have a thought.
recommending
If,
doesn't include all the figures, in other words.
I have a thought on this, and I will ask for council's
But
direction.
I can pass this around in your black and white,
Well-
what they're taking out.
I've got tons of scribbling on mine too. But I would suggest that we let him finish his presentation. And then these other things do deserve consideration in our budget. And I'm thinking ahead, we definitely need to have a budget work session. In our last meeting, Jeff suggested that, and I think it's very advisable to do that.
Okay.
I'm not cutting you short at all. I'm just trying to maximize his time and our time.
Could I ask him
And
one
then
more question, and I'll...
You get one.
Do you have a it's a $400,000 withdrawal in your figures besides the 200?
Please define a withdrawal. I mean,
Right in the budget, it's got, and this has been going on for years, transfer out administrative expense, $375,000. Transfer out expense, $17,500. Those are withdrawals straight from the electric system that you don't have that would skew your rates and make them higher. That's what I'm saying, if you don't have them. I think when you do your rate study, you should have all the figures. Nothing should be kept from you.
well, what I've been told, my understanding of those costs is that those are related to services that are provided on behalf of the electric system. So they represent operating expenses for the utility.
They do not. All the operating expenses are already included with that sum that they make, because each department pays their employees within that department. So they're already paid. This is money in excess after expenses for the electric system that are transferred out to be used on other things other than the electric. So that's what's been throwing you off for years. You haven't had the full story. Okay?
Doug, thank you for your question. With all due respect, Jacob, can we go ahead with the PowerPoint, please?
Sure. Thank you.
I think we're on a plan for fiscal year '23. That's where we left
That's right.
off. Okay.
That's right.
So we turn the
So
page.
I do want to just touch on real quick, I only have a couple more slides, so it shouldn't take too long here. We've talked in some previous sessions about the power cost adjustment factor and how it might function going forward. You know, one of the challenges that we have is that we've built in these expensive winter transmission costs into the base rate increases. If there was an instance where a summer cost was incurred and the purchase power cost came down, and automatically adjusting PCA would allow for flowing through those savings through to the bills. And I think this is a concept we've come close to adopting in the past. I think we're close to doing a power cost adjustment that's quarterly right now that would require some review. And I've talked about the concept of an automatically adjusting PCA that could be formulaic and could be easily reviewed and audited by the town council. We are recommending to avoid the rate increase that would actually fix the PCA for the next several quarters, 2 to 3 quarters, based on the information that I have. And then look at an automatically adjusting PCA in the future, which may help us avoid the need potentially for additional base rate increases in 24 or 25, which were kind of really part of our presentation last year. Again, those are mostly tied to the expectation of increased power costs. If those increases don't come through, then the PCA would not need to go up to reflect that, or the base rates.
Could I ask one more question? Could you take into consideration if they give you all the facts and all the dollars that's being taken out that's not used in the electric system? Could you do another scenario with the true facts?
But I have to work with what the town and the town council provide to me. So I think, you know,
I'm the town.
Facts are from the town, and I'd be glad to work with them.
I'm part of the town council.
But that's
John, go ahead.
I was like, that's not true. These are shared expenses, so if we cut them out, then who's going to collect your power bill? Who's going to take your payment? Who's going to do all these services that are required for an electric department? Like I said last time, it would be like if you owned 3 businesses and had 1 secretary. It's not fair for one business to have to pay for that full-time secretary's salary when they work for all 3 businesses. You would spread it out, and each business would pay 1/3 of their salary. That is what this shared, resource is, the transfer out, as Doug's calling it. That is what it is. It's not taking money off the top from the electric department. It's the electric department paying their fair share for these, services that are being provided to the electric department.
It's not fair, it's not shared expenses. If you look at, there's 200 and some thousand taken out of the water system. There's 100,000 taken out of the garbage, that's why they're going up. There's 600,000 going out of the electric fund. If you total those up, that's close to $1 million. I would like to have shared expenses that's going to cost $1 million.
I would like to make a suggestion. I suggest that, with all due respect to everyone, we move on with the presentation, due respect, and the differences of how we interpret this should be held to our work session and also meetings with the manager.
Okay.
I suggest that. No.
One more.
No.
Just one more.
No.
I just want to give you the
No.
history.
No.
Okay.
I have a question.
We've had.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
No, just a minute, because I'm suggesting this, ladies and gentlemen, we have a difference of opinions, and we must respect that everybody has these various
But I
interpretations. Just a
can
minute.
tell you where all this came from
No,
when it started.
Please, we've done this, and I think we're not going anywhere.
I would
And,
love to tell you how it happened.
This is not your time will come, Doug. Okay, your time will come.
When?
It's been coming, ma'am, for several years. Now, let's move forward. Jacob, go ahead.
That's why he's still here.
That's fine with me. I appreciate your input. Okay, Mr. Thomas, move forward.
Thank you. So this is my recommendation for fiscal year '23. If you do affect the workforce reduction of 115,000, eliminate the pilot of 200,000, then you do not need to increase base rates in fiscal year 23, with the expectation that you will have to use some portion of the rate stabilization fund and approve a fixed factor at the level that it is right now for the first 3 quarters of fiscal year 23, and then implementation of the automatically adjusting PCA beginning in April of next year.
So what you're essentially saying is if we follow this recommendation, we will not have to increase electric rates for this year. Is that what you're telling me?
Based on the information that we have and based on our projections, if those projections hold, then yes.
Okay. And the PCA, if we summer peak, is there potential for money to go to credit bills if we run by this PCA? Is that
Yes,
the...
That is the idea of the automatically adjusting, is the formula would allow it to flow through those credits if there is a summer peak.
Okay, and can you provide us an explanation? We've got a lot of citizens here, and I'm sure a lot of citizens are listening, and they see these bills, and they see what their usage is, and they're looking at their usage, and I appreciate them looking at their usage and everything else that's on there. They're also going to see that PCA charge. So can you explain to them what that PCA charge is and how you come about that?
Sure. The PCA, it stands for Power Cost Adjustment. And basically, the basic electric rate that you pay is designed to recover a certain amount of power cost, purchase power cost. To the extent that the purchase power costs are higher or lower than what is built into those base rates, the power cost adjustment factor can make an adjustment to bills to flow through the under or over recovery of power cost over time.
So what you're telling me is we pay a base rate for power, and there are some months in which it fluctuates, and the cost of power is more in some months than others, and PCA makes up for what we're not paying for power. Is that correct? Is that a safe? That's safe?
The design, yes.
Okay, so essentially that's a pass-through to the citizen for paying for their power. Is that a safe assumption?
That's correct. It's for the cost to generate the power and then also to transmit it to Richlands.
Okay, and if we were to abide by this rate recommendation, does the town make any money, any profit for electrical for year FY '23?
Based on the information I have, this would be a no net income recommendation.
This would actually be a loss of $65,000, correct? Because we're pulling that from reserve.
That's a misstatement.
That is not a misstatement.
Could I?
You may have your pay.
Okay, okay.
Keep it tight.
If you look in the paper, in 2006, Tim Taylor made the statement. He said, we cannot make extra money to support the budget from the electric system, and it's on Facebook. Someone put it on Facebook. What he was saying, we can't use the electric system because there's going to be too much pressure on it to float the budget. Is what they're doing now. Okay, the history on this was when I was on the council, voted in, and Shay Cook was on there. We came in and we voted not to take anything out of the electric system because it was unfair to part of the town to pay for electricity, and Hidden Valley got a free ride because they were using the electricity for the whole town, if you understand. Hidden Valley's not paying anything, but Old Town, what I call Old Town, is floating $800,000 to $1 million for the whole town, and Hidden Valley gets scot-free. Okay, we took no money out of the electric system. Okay, when Shay Cook left, a council member, which I will not name her name, came on. Tim Taylor went to her after Shay Cook was gone. You can verify this with Shay Cook. Remember, no money coming out. The electric system had the lowest rates in Virginia, okay? Tim Taylor went to went to a council member and said, can we take 200,000, which you were talking about right then, lieu of taxes, and put it in the budget? She agreed. I warned them, hey, there's going to be too much pressure on the electric system in years to come. But they did it anyway. They took the 200,000 that you're taking out now. Okay, about a year or two later, money's like drugs. Tim Taylor went to the same council member and said, hey, we need a little bit more. Can we take some money out to pay administrative costs? Okay, the administrative cost has already been paid within the department, but in other words, he's saying, I need more money for the general budget. So she agreed, and the council voted. So they not only took the 200,000, they started taking close to 500,000 a year besides that, which usually totaled between 800,000 a year if you look back in years. Yeah. So because of that decision of those two people, this is why the electric rates are in such critical, it's hard on the citizens. And what Mr. Street said a minute ago is not true. I can show you every year how much that...
Up a little bit.
Pardon?
Can you make it brief?
Yeah. I can show you every year on the budget how much it makes. It makes $1 million something a year.
No, it
and
doesn't.
It's used for other things.
No, it doesn't.
I can show you on the budget. If anybody wants to get with me, I've got it in black and white.
I'll put it
straight
out
from
there
the budget.
tonight.
Doug, I have a suggestion. First off, thank you for your comments. Next, let's be careful what we say about meetings, private meetings. It's very dangerous. We need all that documented. Thank you. All right, next. It's very dangerous.
It's documented. And,
I would like.
and
to
Mr.
bring it
Shea
to the
Cook
next-
will-
I would like you to bring it to the next council. Please sign and documented and notarized. Next. Okay. Jacob, anything else, sir?
That completes my comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Jacob?
Jacob, thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
This is for council and
Someone
the,
asked him if we've got to raise the rates next year to make up for it.
No.
Please.
I'll ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Jacob, do you have any forecasting for FY24 and FY25 currently? And what's the landscape of that look like?
So our current projections were that there would need to be an increase in 24 and 25 that would not be as significant as 22, 23, and again, it's based on the expectation of continued increasing power costs, purchase power costs. Whether or not that holds remains to be seen at this point. It, depends on cost management as well.
And at what time would we need to start looking into that and getting strategic about what that looks like and if we need to do that or not?
Probably as soon as possible.
Mike, does that help you with your question?
Yeah, I
Answer
think Garrett
Ismaila's
has
question?
Yeah, I think Garrett has a question on there. He looks like
Garrett, do you have a question?
I just want to mention regarding that, that going into the summer of next year, slide 2 on Jake Thomas's slides, if you want to bring that back up, is really the opportunity with an automatic adjusting PCEA, per the recommendation here, is the opportunity to see costs potentially fall if we see summer transmission peaks for next year. And I think that's what we're trying to accomplish here. If you look at that year, we're up in the range of $1.2 million difference between a summer transmission peak or a winter transmission peak. If you look at this chart, $1.2 million is a significant sum of money. And under the current plan for the way we budget, we're budgeting against the winter peak here, and I want everyone to understand that. If we end up hitting a summer peak and you have the automatic adjustment, we will reduce the power cost adjustment to give those funds back to the citizens right away through the PCA and start to flow those back. And I think that's a key element here. What we're proposing is to maintain the solvency of providing for and paying for the electric department purchase power costs. But if we are able to agree on having an automatic adjusting PCA, we can come off of that winter peak budget and hit the summer peak, if that indeed occurs, and provide back $1.2 million each time that essentially occurs. And I think that's a key here. So I just wanted to bring that out again. That's a significant sum of money that can be given back if we agree to the approach that Jake had recommended and the automatic adjusting PCA thereafter.
So what you're saying is if we go with the automatic PCA and it automatically adjusts and we summer peak, there's a potential for FY24 to actually be a decrease. Is that what you're telling me?
Correct. Correct. That's
Okay.
actually our preference. We want to be able to give those dollars back to customers through the rate on the PCA. But in order to budget like that, we have to have this assurance that the power cost adjustment will flow with purchase power costs.
Sure.
Outside of that, how could we not be conservative and budget against the winter peak from a rate standpoint? We cannot come up short. That's not an option.
Right.
In terms of financial solvency. So I just want that to be clear.
So if we don't go with the PCA and we don't raise the rate, then we potentially can't pay for power. Is that a safe assumption?
If you don't move forward with the stated PCA as Jacob recommended, you would come up short
Okay.
For power costs.
Got it.
Thank you, Garrett. Adam, do you have anything you would like to add? Or Alice? Adam?
Yes, this is Alice Wolf
Alice?
with Blue Ridge, and actually thank you for that opportunity. I did want to mention a couple of things. So Jacob and Garrett both used the term purchase power. Just wanted to call that term out. Sometimes you see that in financial statements, various documents. I would say those of us who work in the electric industry day to day tend to break the charges out into more detail than purchase power. But purchase power generally includes energy, capacity, and transmission. Those are the three big charges, along with a host of other line items that you see in the wholesale power bills. So purchase power is kind of this generic term. Of the purchase power costs, transmission has been the cost that is rising the most. We saw that again this year from calendar year 2021 to calendar year 2022. AEP raised their transmission rate another 15%. And those transmission rates have been going up 15% pretty much every year for the past 10 years, effectively quadrupling the transmission rates over the last 10 years. And that is what is driving overall increases in electric costs for Richlands. Most of your other costs have been pretty stable, to be honest, but those transmission costs are going up. I think last time Garrett, Jacob, and I were in your council chambers in person, we talked about some options to cut those transmission costs. What could we do to try to combat those? And so that was where the town council had decided to be part of a request for proposals for utility scale batteries. So that is a potential way that once you had the batteries online on your system, you would be able to reduce your peak and again see some of those transmission costs come down. We had also talked about the idea of using your diesel unit, getting that in operational shape and using that to peak shave as well, same as we would be doing with the batteries. So just want to put that out there that, you know, we have talked about those in the past and we'll continue to talk about ways to reduce those transmission costs. And I think if the council's interested, I think Garrett could give you a quick update on where that battery RFP is. It has been going on for several months now. The town is participating in that with other members of Blue Ridge, so you're able to share the cost of that request for proposal. So it's very cost effective for the town, very good way to move forward.
Thank you, Alice. Okay.
I have just one more question.
Go ahead, one more.
I don't know which one of you can answer, probably any one of you. In regards to our peak, I understand that the peak happens in 2023 for 2024. Is that correct? Is that correct? And when does that peak happen? When would we know if we summer peaked or winter peaked?
You have to go through the summer in order to truly compare the numbers, but many times after we go through a winter peak, we can generally gauge whether or not we've had a winter peak that's high enough or a summer peak would overcome it. But yes, we have to go through the summer to truly compare that.
So around when would you know if we summer peak? Probably like September, October?
September, and the other would be March, I would think.
Yes.
Yeah.
September, August would usually be the peak month, or possibly July.
Can you notify John when we find out if we've, what season we've peaked in? I think that's incredibly important information, especially for us if we want to get that out there. I'd really love the summer peak, for sure. I'm sure you all want that as well, so if you'll let us know.
Absolutely, and as would we. Every time there's a summer peak, there's obviously relief that occurs to the budget, and our hope is for the next fiscal year, because again, just your fiscal year starts in July, so your next fiscal year would really benefit significantly from those avoidances.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, let's see.
I have one
GDS.
question.
Go ahead. Doug has a question for you. Who do you want to direct it to? Doug, any of the people?
Jacob, I guess, well, all the people too. In the current budget, do you have the figures of what power cost us?
That's probably better directed to Garrett.
Okay, Garrett. I've got the figure here. I can help you out if you need it.
No, the budget that we've provided for purchase power projections.
Well, I mean, this is what we really, this is what we really spent. This is ring a bell. We spent $5,851,437. Does that sound accurate? That's what the power cost us. Well, it did. Okay, I've got the figures here. Okay, we brought in $7,243,805.
That's wrong.
It's right
That's
here.
the total. That's the total
I'm
budget.
giving you the total of what we brought in.
No, you're not reading the budget.
I know. That's what we brought in.
The revenue is what we brought in, Doug.
Okay, in that revenue,
The revenue in red.
let me speak. You had your
You're
chance.
telling incorrect information.
I can show
Ladies
you
and
right
gentlemen,
on here.
May I have the floor?
Yes, he is.
Excuse me.
It's in there.
We have to have a measure of order with all due respect to all members of council and the audience.
Added from the budget to the budget.
I honestly think this is best reserved for the work session, and not here. These men apparently don't have what you have, and they can't
Well,
answer it, Doug.
What I'm trying to get across, they cannot predict prices on electricity and rates without we give them the full figures of what's being taken out of that lump sum of electricity.
Well,
That's what I'm trying to get across to the public.
Well-
You're getting the wrong set of figures.
Doug, I suggest that we ship them the budget and they can look at it. Okay? That would help that piece. Fair enough?
Yes, but
But
without the citizens knowing, it'll
They
be,
do know. You told
it'll be buried.
I don't think so. It's a public thing. It's out here. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, members of council and ladies and gentlemen. All right. So, anything else, gentlemen? Thank you very much for joining us tonight. We're honored to have you, and thank you for your service to us.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
Have a
everyone.
good evening. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So, next we have, I'm going to get through this, and then I'm going to have a little recess here. Let's get through Roman numeral 13, invoice cloud presentation and discussion. Adam Eck, is that how you say it, via Zoom? Adam, good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, where are you from, Adam? Where do you live?
I live right outside of Indianapolis.
Oh,
Indiana,
welcome.
so I'm right in a suburb of Indiana.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. So would you like to talk about, it says invoice cloud presentation.
It's a pleasure to sit in on your town council meeting. So thanks so much for having me and been able to hear about some happenings and some new developments. just wanted to give everyone some quick background information on how Invoice Cloud's relationship has started with Richlands. So Richlands was in conversations with another core software provider that Invoice Cloud actually works with. So Richlands municipal staff felt like their current core software is a little bit dated and it's not driving a bunch of utility from an operational perspective. And Invoice Cloud actually got looped in because there's a piece of the core software at Richlands today that is customer facing, that isn't necessarily driving the results that are beneficial, not only for paying utility customers, but also driving efficiencies in the office from a processing standpoint. So Invoice Cloud is an integrated municipal bill presentment and collections platform that really leverages the online experience to make life easier for your utility customers, your taxpayers, paying their bills online, and signing up for additional self-service, which would look like auto pay, paperless billing, and paying by text message as well. So I got to know the billing and collections process pretty intimately with Heather and Amanda, and Frank also in IT has spent time letting me know how things are currently going at Richlands. And so what I wanted to do is take a little bit of time letting you guys know what my findings were, but to also give you guys good background information on Invoice Cloud and the results that we drive. So first things first, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And just some background information on the Invoice Cloud platform. So we've been around for about 13 years, well over 2,000 partnered local governments and utilities that use our online platform. So we processed over $17 billion in payments last year. And really what Invoice Cloud does is it provides like the AT&T or Verizon or Capital One online bill pay experience that your utility customers are used to in other areas of their bill pay experience. And so listening into sort of some of your citizens today, talking about some challenges with utility rates and rising tax rates, Heather let me know this as finance director. So the goal was, hey, can we provide a better online experience for municipal customers, but also see if we can cut convenience fees, make it cheaper for them and make it easier for them. Okay? And simply put, when you guys drive more of your municipal customers to pay their bills online, it cuts out on manual processing work in the office. A lot of manual processing work that Amanda gets in over her head actually at certain times of the month with dealing with. Right, so creating automation, for driving online adoption of paperless billing makes Invoice Cloud a very cost-effective option. And we are a cloud-based platform. We are looking to build out an integration with the Logix core software that Richlands is using today. Now I want to pause on that, right? Because Heather and Frank and Amanda, when they were looking over a change or a switch in core software, it's very expensive. It's expensive and it's time consuming. And a big piece of the gaps that they were looking to fill was providing a streamlined online experience for the utility customer, but also make life easier for them. So we came to them as an alternative saying, hey, typically what we see for a core software change is usually a 5-figure payment, right, and a 6 to 18-month implementation period. That's resource intensive. Right? Take a look at Invoice Cloud. We're able to implement with little to no IT intervention in as quick as 3 to 5 months, and we have no upfront cost. And by the way, we'll get into pricing in a couple of minutes here. There are certain aspects of our platform, though, that are also proactive. I think a really great way to describe our platform is being a proactive versus a reactive platform. A good illustration of this is many of you in your personal lives, I'm sure, are paying a cell phone bill to an AT&T, a Verizon, a T-Mobile. None of those cell phone providers, right, wait for people to remember to pay their bills every month. So they send you out an alert, maybe a text message, maybe an email. Right? Hey, your bill's due in 7 days. Why don't you go ahead and click this link and make a quick payment? Right? So these are the types of notifications and communications that drive efficiency. How does this affect the bottom line? Well, right now, Richlands is dealing with over 500 delinquencies monthly and executing anywhere from 60 to 80 shutoffs a month manually. That's costly. It's also resource intensive. And your customers, a good portion of them, right, are calling in after they get shut off and they say, well, hey, wait a minute, I never got my bill in the mail, or I forgot. How can you leverage technology to cut down on issues like this? Well, through a platform. Okay? These are the results that I really want to discuss. The two key outcomes that we focus on are driving online payments, driving paperless billing. Online payments drive efficiency, less manual processing work for staff. Now, paperless billing and paperless enrollment are a very fabulous way for Invoice Cloud to reduce its cost of ownership significantly, and in some cases, completely altogether. Right? So an example is this, is right now, Richlands is sending out just under 3,000 bills per month at a cost of about 60 cents per bill. Okay? So if you get that figure annualized and you show how much money you guys are spending in just for postage costs alone, it's pricey. As a result of COVID-19, the Postal Service has been hit some of the hardest. So what's happening is you guys have pretty high print and mail costs or decreased reliability, right? Or a decreased chance of people getting their bills in a timely manner. It creates frustration that you guys are paying for it. So the Invoice Cloud platform makes it very, very simple for people to enroll in paperless billing or make a payment right from their phone, get a text message alert. We'll offer an IVR, so older folks who aren't tech savvy can call through an automated phone line 24/7 to make payments. Right? Making life easier for your municipal customers does have a substantial effect on cutting workload for staff, okay? Raising municipal customer satisfaction, as well as driving cost efficiency. So at this point, I think it's appropriate to transition to pricing. However, I want to take a quick pause and field any questions or concerns that council members or that you may have, Mr. Mayor, as well. So I'm going to pause right here. If anyone's got a question for me, please go right ahead now.
Council, questions for Adam?
Adam, I have a couple questions. Can you talk to me? I work for a SAS, so very, very familiar with the way it works. Can you talk to me about reliability and redundancy? What does that look like, and what does it look like as far as contacting you with technical issues? If we have any issues, what's that look like? What's the landscape?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we have is a dedicated support team that's going to be able to take care of you guys during any normal business hours. So now for our team, it's not normal business hours. It'll actually exceed your hours of operation. So it looks like 7 a.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern as well, which that should cover Richlands completely. Now, we are a true SaaS platform. We are fully cloud-based, which also allows us to have a 99.9% system uptime. Okay, so simply put, we've never actually gone down and had any long-standing issues that have prevented customers from making payments through our platform. And we've been around since 2009. I'm not sure if I answered every aspect of your question. Can you repeat any part of that you feel like I didn't address?
No, that sounds pretty redundant. Is there an account manager assigned to our site, what we would have for customability?
So you'll definitely have an implementation manager that will work with you throughout the entirety of the implementation and integration process. You'll have an assigned support team, typically that will be between 1 of 3 individuals that are also specializing in a couple of different things. So you're going to have technical support, and then you could have potentially biller support, and then reconciliation as well. So there are going to be multiple support members. However, they're going to be focused on different types of support if those needs arise as well. Also, I lend myself out to, and Heather and Amanda and Frank all know this, I come along with a contract as well. All of my billers are very comfortable with calling me or reaching out to me as soon as they have an issue. And I can actually mark it as critical internally very quickly as well. So that's also an option. But that's typically how support works on the calendar side of original.
And how is the customer sentiment for the usability of your platform? Is it?
I usually, when I walk, I can bring you guys through a demo in 5 minutes. I know you guys have gone through a lot. I prepared a demonstration of the platform itself. We've simply put, we have all the bells and whistles that truly drive engagement and adoption, but that's not Invoice Cloud's formula to driving up overall adoption. Our formula is user-friendliness of the platform. That's what our whole platform is built around.
Adam,
Typically, when I show a demonstration and I ask prospective customers what they think of user-friendliness, they give it a 9 or a 10 out of 10. So I'm more than willing to bring you guys through a quick demonstration if you'd like to see.
Adam, I'll speak. This is the mayor here. Adam, can you hear me? Sorry. I'm going to interrupt you. We want to hear the presentation. Give it to us.
You'd like to see it? Okay, let's do it.
Yes.
So this is what I walked Frank, Heather, and Amanda through. And this, also, I had to get their confirmation to get to you guys, just so you know. But I told them that I'd love to do a presentation just to showcase how our platform works in action. So number 1 is a branded experience. We have a guest checkout, a registered user experience. Now, a big draw to our platform is that you guys can leverage Invoice Cloud to collect any sort of municipal payment online. So we talked about real estate taxes, we talked about utility bills, clerk payments, any sort of parks and rec departments. The use case really starts to touch multiple departments. Okay? So that's first and foremost. So we'll go ahead and just do a utility bill example through the guest checkout. What is required here is an account number, and you can have last name be optional or required as well. Our platform only requires people to put in their account number 1 time, okay? And I will show you guys what that looks like and how that materializes to extreme simplicity and ease of use. So I'm a customer, I put in my account number. Instantly, I am going to be shown all of my outstanding bills, okay, in a very clear, coherent, modernized experience. Full bill presentment, okay, not just of current bills due, but also up to 24 months of billing history, okay. Now, we also have different types of reminders, okay, so people can set reminders self-service, right, through their favorite calendar of choice or have them sent right to their cell phone. Now, in this day and age, though, having electronic reminders is really only driving half of the results that you guys want to. Right? So I confirmed this with Heather and Amanda. I asked them, hey, who's your favorite utility bill paying customer? Well, they said, well, someone who pays online and on time. And I said, why? because, well, we don't have to deal with it, and we don't have to send out any delinquency material, right? It's efficient, and it's easiest for us to process. So then I started to work with them about how we drive more of that customer. Right, so our reminders also facilitate payment. Notice how I click it, and a couple of clicks, and I'm right in the checkout. Okay? So there's no extra authentication. It's the ability that people can pay from reminders just like they're used to with the AT&Ts, the Verizon of the world. So I'll move a little bit quicker here, add my invoice. Okay. If you've got people who are looking to pay utility bills along with their taxes and one-time, one-off payments, they can do that all in one transaction. Make it very easy, reduce their processing fees. Moving forward, I'll proceed with payment. As a result of COVID-19, contactless payment options have exploded in popularity, right? So think of like the Google Pay, the Apple Pay, the PayPal, the Venmos, right? I'm sure some of you are potentially using them in your personal lives as well. A great way to drive adoption is to simply offer all available relevant payment methods. It's exactly what we do, right? Allow for partials or payment in full only. There's a lot of configurable settings to our platform. At the risk of keeping you guys here until midnight, I'm gonna skip through a couple things. I want to show you the most important stuff. Email addresses. Okay, we start to collect your utility customers' contact information so that staff has it on hand. Okay, it's also a way of providing a quick electronic receipt. Now, this page right here is exactly how Invoice Cloud is the industry leader in driving online adoption and engagement. Okay? When people sign up for auto pay, it's really bulk processing many payments at once with just a couple clicks. Right? When people are paperless, that's when you reap the cost savings of print and postage suppression. Also less time in the office printing and mailing bills. It's so important to make things easy for people to execute. Right? Think out of sight, out of mind, in sight, in mind. Right? Right? Now, what this part of our platform does is it leverages your customer's attention. They're not going to go search like through another online experience to go paperless. All right? They're not really looking to fill out a form and send it in with a voided check anymore to sign up for auto pay. All your customers have to do is just check a box, right, and they're signed up. Right, so simplicity and accessibility is truly important, right? So we do have anti-fraud controls in place throughout every step in the process, and payments are made. So I just want to get confirmation from the council here. I mean, what did you guys think in terms of the user friendliness? Did you feel like it was very simple, or it was convoluted, too many steps? Like, I'm looking for feedback.
Council.
Well, of course, he's used to it.
Yeah, exactly. When you get used to it, it becomes easy.
Right.
Any thoughts or questions for Adam?
Looks pretty user-friendly to me.
Pretty verbatim.
Yeah, pretty simple.
Cut and dry.
Doug, your thoughts?
Yeah. What did you say the cost was per transaction, or did he say?
Hear it.
I think it's what he's getting ready to get into.
Yeah, so we've got a monthly access fee of $125 a month. That would be charged to Richlands, right? Now, what we see in most instances, in most cases, is it almost gets completely negated within about 6 months of paperless billing enrollment. So you drive cost savings through paperless billing to largely offset the monthly access fee. So Heather shot me straight on pricing. She said, hey, like, if you come to me with a product and it's more expensive for the customer to transact, we're going to have a really hard time getting this thing across.
Just ask for less.
All right, so I said, okay, well, let me work with my team. Currently, I believe the processing rates for credits and debits are at 3%. with Invoice Cloud, we just dropped it 5 basis points and it's 2.95% of the transaction amount with a $2.50 minimum flat fee. Now, what I came to Heather and Amanda with, which they liked a lot, was electronic check process. The online payment platform today does not have this. And it's also a reason why a lot of people are just using paper checks to process their payment. So a typical transaction amount is higher than I've seen at other municipalities at like $175 a month. So what we did at Invoice Cloud is we're offering electronic check processing up to $125,000 for a flat convenience fee of $1.50. Right, so you compare that to about, I think a little under $5 based on your average transaction amount. We'd be able to cut that significantly and also offer a new payment method. So electronic check processing really, I think, is going to be a key to come out with a fee structure that's significantly more attractive to your customers while driving up online engagement and adoption as well. What other questions?
You said, I'm sorry.
Does the council or the mayor have me?
I'm sorry, you said 125,000,
Yeah, 125.
pardon?
He was asking the monthly
Oh,
charge.
125,
125.
oh, a flat fee of 125?
Yeah,
So you got a flat fee of,
this way, in terms of, oh, go ahead, sorry.
you've got a flat fee of $1,500 a year for the use of your program? Is that?
Yes, sir, yep. Now, we're gonna build out an integration with the core software logic that you guys are using. It's gonna cost us about $5,000 to $10,000 in internal resources to do this. However, we're not looking to charge any upfront implementation costs to Richlands for this. We're waiving those costs because we're actually looking to build out a software partnership with Logic, who Richlands is using.
Okay,
So we're looking to do this free of charge for you guys.
Okay, what's the customer's fee as far as like the credit cards? Like, I know American Express charges so much per transaction, so what would their fees be?
Yeah, so I apologize. I should have framed it better. But for what the convenience fees are today, I went through. I think it's about 3% what your customers are used to paying. So we're at 2.95%, and then electronic checks are a flat fee of $1.50.
To the town, is that correct?
No, to the customer.
To the customer. Just checking.
To the customer.
So
Yeah.
that's going to average,
No processing charges are going to be incurred by Richlands. No payment processing charges for credits or debits or bank accounts are charged to the municipality. Those are on the customer.
say if your electric bill is $600, what would the average customer, or what would that be for the customer if they're paying a $600 electric bill?
Yeah. So with what you have in place today at 3%, if I'm decent at math, I think that's an $18 fee.
Yeah.
Ours would be like $17 and change. So it's not really that much of a decrease. However, this is what's very important about our platform, is that we open up electronic check processing. And if the people have the funds in their bank account, it's only a flat fee of $1.50. So you talk about going from $18 in processing charges down to $1.50, that's a significant cost savings for the utility customer. So I matched your current platform. I actually came in a tad bit lower for credit and debit processing. However, we're introducing a new option that's significantly cheaper.
So-
Electronic check processing.
So you're telling me if our customers use electronic check, where they actually put in, you know, checking count, routing numbers into your platform and save it and pay that way, you can cut a processing fee of almost $16 on a $600 bill. Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct, yes. Now, they can do that on a one-time basis.
Oh, okay. So it's not every time.
They can save it as exactly as you described, or they can just do it on a one-time basis. But yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. A flat fee of just $1.50. If somebody had a $100,000 electric bill, they could process with an electronic check directly through their bank account for a flat fee of $1.50. Yep.
Okay, American Express, the merchant pays for that, okay? But if you have a Visa or something, the merchant pays for it, okay? So, pardon?
Go ahead.
They don't charge us for using the cards, like they just charge us the 2.9, they charge the 2.97. We don't really get the charge, that's all the customer pays. The reason that they're gonna set it up and obviously all that is they are gonna keep those fees. We don't get those fees as a town. So they would take, it's always 2.97, whether it's MasterCard, Visa, or whatever.
well, I know, but the customer's gonna be charged that, like an $18 fee.
If they use a credit card,
Yeah.
it's 2.9%, 97,
Yeah.
whatever. But they could use their bank account, which would only be $1.50.
Yeah,
And they don't have to sign up for it.
yeah, but.
You know what I'm saying? Like they
Oh,
don't
yeah.
have to sign up for
But-
automatic payment, they don't have to sign in.
This is optional.
Yeah, but a lot of people are gonna get a surprise when they use their Visa and they pay $18.
It's cheaper than what it is now.
Yeah.
So what,
Well, what do you charge when they come in the office?
3%.
With
We
a,
don't accept them in the office anymore.
you don't accept Visa cards?
Not for, no. They either have to pay cash or checks, we don't accept them in the office.
so basically, we're saving 0.05%.
Basically with the credit card, yeah.
Okay.
Correct, 5 basis points, that's right.
Okay.
Now, I made sure to come in underneath what your customers are currently paying. And after sitting in on the meeting today, I'm very glad that we priced it this way, Heather, so I appreciate you letting me know. But the electronic check here is really the key. I think you're going to make a lot of utility customers who can use that option a lot happier. It's going to save them money every time they transact.
Is that processing fee negotiable?
Which one?
Say, for instance, if we wanted to go with you, could you make it 2.75 instead of 2.95? Is there any wiggle room for processing fee?
What I could do, the best I could probably do is get the minimum flat fee reduced. So it's at $2.50 right now. I could work to get that reduced to $1.95. I came to Heather with this proposal, was the best that we could do in terms of processing charges. I think we're really looking forward to working with Richlands, but we are upfront. We have a lot of overhead to get our platform started in conjunction with the Logic software. I think a lot of people in this room, and Heather just described it, the way that we make our money is on the convenience fee. We don't really make money on the $100 and change that we're going to charge you. We're going to make money on the processing charges. So if we were to enact something like that, I think it would. I don't think I'd be able to get that.
I have a question, Heather. You obviously have been talking with Adam about this. What are your thoughts on this program, and how do you think it would help us?
Well, I think that it would benefit the customers, because for one, I'm not the best about remembering absolutely everything you have going on.
Sure.
You know, and if they call, you can send them a text message. They can send them a text message. They can go on that text message and pay one time that way. They don't have to sign up for anything. You know, basically the way that Adam described it best to me is if you go on our online, you have to answer all these questions. You have to actually know your account number, plug that in. You have to have the bill in front of you in order to sign out.
Right.
This you don't. It's more like an Amazon, like 1-2 clicks, because I don't have time to sit and 5-click something to get to my end result.
Right.
So there's a lot of people like that, and a lot of people are just forgetful, and they're like, well, I would go, maybe I can call and I can get my balance, and I can get so-and-so to run up to the town hall to pay it for me. But if you call, they can send you a text message, and you can click on the text message to pay your bill. You don't have to sign up for anything.
Just click.
You just click and pay it. I mean, you know, whether you wanted to pay, you're only available to pay a credit card, but then maybe, you know, depending on your financial situation, you might pay the whatever fee this time, but, you know, going forward, you know, you might think like, you know, I'm gonna put my check account in there. And then once they do that, then it'll send them reminders. The idea is to have not necessarily more fees associated with, which I know that cost $125, but it helps people remind to pay their bills. Like, you know, they would, maybe more people would pay if they got that reminder.
Right.
Or if they could just call, or if they could just get that text message, and if it wasn't gonna cost them anything but $1.50.
I appreciate that. Do you have
I do have
do you have
like a
paperwork
slideshow.
that he has sent us
Yeah, I can send it out.
that we can all study?
I
think
mean-
it's a really good idea, but here again, you know, I asked about paperwork for Davenport. We had it, and I just wondered, do we have paperwork on this?
I do, I can send, it's like. he
I
sent
think
me
that
like
would be.
a slideshow.
What does council think about that? Would they like to see it in front of them?
I mean, I think it's a good program. I mean, all right, but I think a lot of people are going to misunderstand. They're going to wonder why, like if they have a $800 bill and they pay an extra $24 for the convenience. If everyone did the check, that would be fine, $1.50. I don't think anybody's going to say anything. But I'm sure your company, and to be, with no disrespect, you're counting on most customers using that credit card where you guys get the fees and not the check. Correct?
Well, it's actually higher than that now, so.
So you're saving money no matter what.
That's why
How
I'm saying, if we
is-
have paperwork in front of us to look at, I think it would be helpful. Do you?
Well, if I go to a merchant and I use my credit card, they're not going to, they don't charge you.
I know, but if you go online and, or call in to, like the 800 number to pay it, it's it's
Yeah.
basically 3%.
Mhm.
His is 5%.
Oh, I know that, but I'm saying most people are going to be confused if they go into a regular store, they're not going to pay that. But if they do it online, you know, they're going to, I just think it's going to be some confusion, but, you know.
Well, I mean, it's already there.
Doug, what do you think about this, and Jeff and Mike and Daryl, if she distributes something we can see as well as listening? Thank you, as well as listening to him. And I have a pretty good idea. I think I like to see things in writing so I know what's going on.
I agree.
Would council be amenable to that? And she could give it to John, and John could distribute it to us, whatever's the proper protocol. Would that be acceptable? Adam, can you live with that until council has time to review it, a written version?
Of course, yeah, hey, and I spoke with Heather about this too, is the reality is I'm on your guys' time. It's not the other way around. So, the council has an obligation to do what's right for the town and for staff and the customer, and you guys getting all the information that you need, and you know, maybe preparing questions that you have for Heather or myself that I can answer for you guys that are specific. I'm more than happy to do that, but I'm not looking to get in any rush. So at the pace that you guys want to go, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Members of council, would you like to have something in writing you can study?
Sure.
Okay.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Adam, PayPal and Venmo, same processing fee or transaction fee as a credit card?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. Just because in the interest of time, I wanted to make sure I was covering everything. But for PayPal and Venmo, what our platform does is it recognizes the payment method that's behind the mobile wallet or the app option. So, like, think of Venmo, you have a debit or a credit card, or it directly attached to your bank account. So Invoice Cloud can actually recognize the payment option that's behind the method or mode of payment, right? So same thing with mobile wallets, like a Google Pay or an Apple Pay. What they're designed to do is to actually just reduce information entering when making payments, right? Or being able to be scanned at the supermarket or grocery store very quickly. We're able to just process through the payment method that's behind the mobile wallet or the application. So for credits and debits, right, it'd be that credit and debit processing charge if it's an e-check or a cash equivalent for PayPal. That would just be that flat $1.50 processing.
Mike, does that answer your question?
Yep.
Any other questions for Adam? Adam, thank you very much. I'm sure that once we have an opportunity to take this up, probably at the next meeting of council, so we could have a formal decision, we'll be in touch with you. And the manager, John O'Daniel, will be in touch with you. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate everyone's time and looking forward to
Appreciate your time.
work with Heather, Amanda, and Frank as we move forward. So everybody have a wonderful evening, and thanks for having me.
Thanks,
Adam.
Have a good evening. 10-minute recess.
We're going to wait to get your own. It goes past 3 a.m.
Reconvene. Okay.
I've got two questions for Heather before we go on about this.
Okay, the next thing then will be revenue report team, executive session. You want to ask her?
Yeah, where's Heather?
Heather?
She's not back.
She's not back. You want to wait till after this? Your choice.
I guess I can tell you the questions. I guess maybe you can answer it. We had a program working with the banks several years ago that we took credit cards. What happened?
We've discontinued that several months ago.
Why?
The cost and then also security risks.
From credit cards?
Yeah. When somebody calls and gives you a number, it's putting the liability on us by them giving us the number. So for safety concerns, we felt that it was best to move to a system similar to PSA and other organizations that collect utility.
Well, couldn't you accept them when they came down here?
The intent was to switch over to the call for credit cards.
I just think if somebody brings a credit card to the town hall, they should be able to pay it with a credit card. And council, I had no idea. I mean,
On that one, I didn't need anything on the credit card.
Yeah.
I mean, so-
on some of these decisions, it would be really, really nice if council was notified.
It was discussed several months ago that we were going to be transitioning to the new operations.
You didn't discuss it while I was in council, and
I don't remember. I'm not saying it didn't happen, honestly.
well, as far as I'm concerned, it didn't. And number two, I guess Heather can answer the question. If we go to this system, how much administrative cost is it going to reduce our cost in the budget?
You're doing it the cloud.
Yeah, exactly. How much are you going to help the citizens out if we go to this, if it's less for the administration?
It's not our intent to lay anybody off, so at this point, there wouldn't be any significant savings beyond the added level of service.
That probably, I can't answer that either, but, I mean, I understand what you're asking. How much would it cost us to administer this? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm asking how much are we going to save with this system in administrative cost? Yeah, I mean, I don't
know that we have an answer right now. That's something we could ask Heather to check on.
Yeah.
Are we
wish you
doing
would check on
we
that.
doing a system similar to this right now?
Very similar with people call in and pay with a credit card through the 1-800 number.
So no labor change from what we have now to the new system?
No, and it would depend on how many people sign up for the the e-billing and how that works. Potentially, it could save enough money to offset the cost of adding the service.
Right, going paperless.
Heather I thought Heather said a few minutes ago how much time it was going to save and how much better the system was.
Mhm.
If you save time and administrative cost, I mean, if you're not going to save in, I don't understand.
Hopefully Davenport will come up, help us with that, probably.
I think an easier system is good.
Yeah.
That's a possibility. You ready to go?
Yeah.
We'll move on. We are on Roman numeral 14, executive closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8, consultation with legal counsel, trademark matter. Okay. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Jeff makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mike seconds. Any discussion on this motion? If there be no discussion, Madam Clerk, Ms. Hackworth, would you please do a roll call vote?
Yes.
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 Motion carries unanimously. We're now in executive session, so You have your microphones on, gentlemen? Thank you. Thank you, Connie. Good. Welcome back. Council is now back in session. We will entertain a motion to come back into a regular session, and in so doing, please certify that by this motion, you have discussed nothing but what is said in the code numbers. Jeff?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to ratify the code for pursuant to the Virginia Code Section 2.23711A8 to include 2.23711A4 personnel matter, and ratify that as the reason that we went into executive session.
8 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the motion is on the floor to ratify 2.2-3711A8 and 4, consultation with legal counsel. And in so doing, so voting, you're certifying that nothing was discussed other than what is stated in that motion. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
I need a second. I need a second.
Oh, second, I'm sorry. Is there
I'll
a
make a second.
Darrell makes a second, thank you. Jeff makes the motion, Darrell seconds it. Madam Clerk.
Yes.
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 Thank you, motion carries. Okay, now, let's see here. We have, we're on Roman numeral 16, and we have agenda items. It says moved up. First, we have an IDA update and appointment discussion. So that would be Blake Ray. Blake?
I was going to say good afternoon, but good evening. So I will be very brief. Couple of 3 things. One, DEQ, I'm going to mark that off on the list. Thank you guys for taking care of that. That was a 20-year project in the making, but I think it's finally moving forward, so thank you. Next, Spearhead Trails. So Rick Wood, Shanna Plaster, representatives from VDOT, Daryl, Doug, myself, John, Jerry, Gilbert, Kurt Breeding, and AJ Robinson met and discussed what we need to do to move ATV trails, or move to allow ATVs within the town of Richlands. A couple of things had to happen. VDOT has to correct an issue with a 4-lane under the bridge. They are working on that. The county has to do a portion. They are working on that, so Shanna's working with board supervisors to do their stuff. The town of Richlands and VDOT has requested that the town of Richlands draft a resolution of support to be submitted simultaneously as they are doing their study to get everything done. Essentially, if you guys entertain a motion tonight, draft the letter of support and get that to VDOT, we could have ATVs coming from Spearhead Trails to, the streets of Richlands to help our small businesses, all the restaurants in town, the shops, that sort of thing, by mid-June. Now that's pushing it. I think it's probably going to happen midsummer. But if everybody fires on all cylinders, then we could be there very quickly. So I'll just say this. Rick, who is a former councilman, he's the chairman of the board of directors for Spearhead Trails. He has worked countless hours, tirelessly, not just in Richlands, but across Southwest Virginia. I want to see this get over the finish line for the work that he's put in to help the local economy. But most importantly, I want to see this happen for the citizens, because at the end of the day, we have a revenue problem. I mean, you heard Eric say, the county had to realize they had a spending problem and a revenue problem. I'd be safe to say when the Davenport audit's done, we're going to see the exact same thing. This can help with the revenue end of things. So, Mr. Mayor, if you would like to entertain a motion of that.
What else do you have on here, Blake? We'll get to that in a minute. Appointment. Go ahead and talk about that.
I was going to give you guys a quick update on Pop-Up Richlands. So Pop-Up, there's 2 weeks left. We ended up having 7 participants stay and, they're completing that program. So next week is our questions session. They've had legal and accounting. Marketing was last week. There was a credit facilitation, and then running a small business. So we've had those 4 classes. I can't say more good things about the program. Margie Douglas and they have done a fantastic job of just coordinating this for us. The cool thing about it is that eliminated all cost for the town. So the funds that have come in, $25,000 from the town, $7,000 from the county, and now we have just received a grant of $17,500 from the Thompson Charitable Foundation. So that's $49,500 that was allocated to this program. We set a goal, when I took over as chair of the IDA to get those coffers filled with 50 grand to fund this program. So that program is now funded for the spring session, which is now, the fall session of 22, the spring session for 23, and halfway funded for the fall session of 22. When we originally started this, we knew that the first set, it was going to start slow, right? But it's going to continue growing, and it's going to take about 3 years to see the full impact of what the program's doing. So thank you, Jeff Mansour and the Thompson Charitable Foundation. That grant just came in. We actually got a surprise this week. I got a phone call from Margie, and Virginia Community Capital has given an additional $3,000, which will be used. And there were some specific guidelines around how it has to be used. But basically, that money is going to be passed on to woman-owned businesses. So anybody who's went through this program, who is a woman, who is starting a business, that money will be able to go additionally to them. So thank you to everybody who's worked really hard on that project. It's a success. I would hope that a lot of you would be there for graduation on the 28th, because these are the future business owners in this community. And the other cool thing is, there's a lot of people under the age of 40. And that's a huge demographic, because when we think about creating jobs and keeping people here, we can't keep relying on the older generation to do it. We have to really move forward there. And so that's all I have from an IDA. Oh, sorry. We do request that, as we are coming up, because there's not another council meeting, that with the funds that were allocated, I think John and I talked, there needs to be a motion to allow the spending of the $15,000 for those participants who are actually going through the challenge on the 28th. So if they are
3 5s.
So 3 5s. So 3 separate grants of $5,000.
I'm with you. I'm following you, Blake.
Okay.
Moving along, IDA appointment has, John told me someone had resigned. Do you care to tell us what's going on?
Yeah, so there's actually a couple, and the first one was Larry Johnson. Larry, as you know, spends a lot of time in Castlewood and a lot of time in Russell County due to his farm. Jordan Bells has graciously asked if he could be appointed. Jordan is a double who, meaning that he's graduated from the University of Virginia twice with honors. His graduate degree was in statistics with concentration of economics, and he is also a senior software engineer. So when I was looking, to build out the IDA, I think it's really important that we have somebody with an engineering background, whether it be civil engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, because they're very process-oriented people, and they think differently than anybody else. So,
who else, Blake? Said someone else resigned?
So with that, effective tonight, I am going to resign from the IDA. It was a very tough decision. I had to talk about it with only 2 people, and my life last month changed completely. COVID's over. I've got to be in DC 3 days a week, and driving back and forth 6 hours a week is difficult. And I'm still going to do it, but when I am here, it's just I don't have the time to dedicate to the IDA. And
thank you for your service, Blake.
And so,
thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But thinking about that, I wanted to make sure that if I stepped away, there was going to be somebody to replace me who was also very passionate around the same things that I was, and that was number one, creating jobs, number two, diversification of industry, and Philip Horton at the Richlands Tabernacle has agreed to serve if you guys appoint him, and that's really important because Tabernacle Church brings a lot of value to this community for a couple of reasons. One, the congregation is full of educated professionals who can help add to that process. And then secondly, Philip has a ton of leadership experience. He sat on the chairman, as the chairman of the electoral board. He is one reason that we are getting a fish farm. He was on the planning commission that went to Atlanta to introduce our state delegate, to the folks from Israel. So I would request that, as I resign and tonight's my last night, giving my last IDA update, that you guys consider him for the appointment.
Blake, thank you for your service.
Yeah.
I hate to see you go. You've really been a worker. And is this effective immediately?
So it is effective immediately for the simple fact that, somebody needs to be appointed. With that being said, I will continue to, help run out this last round of pop-up just simply because we started it. I want to do that from a volunteer standpoint and make sure that, round one is closed out, and then I'll work with, the existing IDA to transition everything we've been working on.
Thank you, Blake.
No problem.
I'll ask for motions here in a minute. Thank you.
Yeah, and then, I would be remiss if I didn't end with a quote. And, at the end of the day, there's a lot that's happening. Everybody in this room loves the town of Richlands. And we all want to see it be prosperous. And so Winona Judd said it best herself. The first step is to realize that it begins with you and me. When we stand together, it's our finest hour. We can do anything. Keep believing in the power. Love can build a bridge between your heart and mine. Love can build a bridge. We have an opportunity to build a bridge, move forward as a community. All the people are in the right places. So please stop fighting and bickering, and because we all have the same goal. We just have different ways of getting there.
Thank you, Blake.
So thank you so much.
Okay, so we have several things here regarding two vacancies on the IDA, and Blake has suggestions. One is Jordan Bales, the other is Philip Horton. Would council like to consider that?
I'll make a motion that we accept his recommendation on Philip Horton.
Okay. You want to do just Philip? Go ahead.
You want to do both of them?
It's fine.
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right, do you want to do both at one time?
Both.
Would you
Yeah.
amend your motion, please?
Yes.
Yeah, and Philip Horton's a great
Horton,
choice.
Jordan
Yeah.
Bales.
Blake, you done good there.
Jordan Bales and Philip Horton.
Yeah, Philip Horton. I can't believe Philip
Yeah.
agreed to do it. I'm
I think it'd be great.
thrilled, yeah.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to appoint Jordan Bales and Philip Horton to the Industrial Development Authority of Richlands. And are you seconding that motion?
Yes.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. And is there any discussion? There being no discussion, roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Yes.
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 Motion carries unanimously. This other thing that Blake asked for was a resolution, and I'm fine with it, but I want to suggest that we wait till the other members of council are on board so they can be a part of this. Whenever, whoever that's going to be, I think it's important that they be a part of it. My suggestion.
He was wanting us to draft a letter of support, is that right?
A resolution which has to be passed by the council.
Oh, okay, I thought it was
I
a
think
letter.
all
I
council
thought
are
the
on
first
board.
one was a letter
No,
of
there's
support.
two different requests there, Rod.
Oh, were there?
One for funds and then one for,
One, yeah.
The
The
funds
one
for
for
pop-up.
funds is to release the 15,000 so that these people use it to give these three awards of 5,000 each. Is that Blake? Right, Blake? All right, so let's have that one first. We'll go for a letter to the manager, however we want to do it, to allow the distribution of the funds. So I would entertain a motion to that effect.
what's that need to look like, John?
I'm not sure. It has to do with the IDA's charter, and they're only allowed to spend, I think, $1,500 at one time without council approval. So I think that, a motion and a vote would probably be able to get us there. If we have to come back with some formal paperwork to be ratified at the next meeting, we can do that,
Okay.
So we've allocated the funds, and now we got to give approval to spend the funds.
essentially.
Okay.
Is
I'll
there a
make that
to
motion.
that? Okay.
Yeah.
Darryl, you make the motion for John to allocate $15,000 to the IDA. And that's for the use, like, to make sure that's for the 5,000 to each participant who's going to win this
Correct.
contest.
There can be up to 3 winners. That does not mean that there will be 3 winners.
Okay.
So,
And if that money isn't used for that, will it be returned to the coffers?
correct.
Okay. Okay. So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Mike makes a second. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I would ask for a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
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 Motion carries unanimously. The other request that Blake had is about a resolution. First, we'd have to get a resolution drafted, but I really think all the council needs to be on board for it because it gets people on the streets, and I think it's a big deal. Council thoughts?
Yeah, John, won't you draft that and let us take a look at what that looks like
I think,
for the next meeting? Can you do that?
Yeah.
Does that work for you?
I think it would be, the drafting normally comes from the attorney, doesn't it?
Maybe.
Draft an ordinance.
He usually
A resolution.
prepares and sends it up for us. for
Okay,
review.
so John, if you'll do that for consideration at the next regular meeting of the council.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Now, thank you, Blake. Next, we have 16B, discussion of vacant council seats. What is council's wish? Vacant council seats. That being said, I want to thank Mary Ann Strong and Richard Brown for their service on the council. Much appreciated. Thank you. We wish you well. Okay, we have 2 seats vacant. Anybody have suggestions on that?
I'll make a motion to appoint Seth White to town council.
Okay.
I'll second that.
There's a motion to appoint Seth White to the Richlands Town Council, seconded by Darryl. Is there any discussion? A motion and a second on the floor for Seth. Any discussion? There being no discussion, Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 Motion carries. Seth, Madam Clerk, will you please notify Seth officially as the clerk of the council? Thank you. He needs an official notification from you. Thank you. Now,
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we nominate Mike Compton for a council
there's a
seat.
motion on the floor to nominate Mike Compton.
Mhm.
Okay, Mike Compton, get me straight, does he work at Advanced Auto?
Kelly Kidd.
Kelly Kidd, got the wrong one. Sorry, Kelly Kidd, sorry. All right, so, there's 4 Mike Comptons I know in my life, sorry. And is there a second to Jeff's motion?
I'll second that motion.
Mike makes the second. Okay, so there's a motion and the second to appoint Mike Compton to fill the unexpired term. We need, it won't matter because both of them end in December 31st. Okay, so either seat works. Okay, both members, Bob, Richard's term and Mary Ann's term would have expired December 31st of this year.
Yeah,
So
still,
either one would work.
if you vote Mike Compton like you did for
Yes.
Seth White, they will both serve until,
The unexpired term.
for the expired terms, and both of them are due to be reelected in
In
November. So
November,
both of them be on
and their
ballot
term actually
in
expires
November
December
and not have to
31st.
have a special election.
Right. Okay, thank you, because I want to be clear about that. So there's a motion on the floor to nominate or to appoint Mike, and there's a second. You made the motion, who, did you second it?
I second the motion.
All right, the motion and a second. Any discussion for Mike Compton? There being no discussion, Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, would you please officially notify him with a letter? Thank you, a written letter. Thank you. Not just email, in writing. Thank you. Postage. All right. Thank you. All right, here we go. So we have 2 new members. We have 2 new members of the IDA. Congratulations. And 2 new members of the council. Congratulations. And I think they will appreciate very much us pausing for them to be a part of some of these important decisions. Okay, discussion of procedural changes to council meeting. All right, item 1C1 is R 2022-0401 is 0401, whatever, public comment policy and procedures.
I'll go through all three of these pretty quickly. The first one's the resolution to change the public comment rules that we discussed, I believe, at the last meeting. I wanted you all to have a copy of that, maybe take some time to read through it, think about it, and if there's no objections, we can discuss adopting that at our next meeting. I think this was put in your agenda packets last week, so you should have it. If you don't, let me know and I can get you a copy, but I want you to take a couple minutes, read it, digest it, and then maybe come back and discuss it.
I probably misplaced it. I don't see it in mine. That's my fault. Let me make sure, okay? Let me make really sure. I've got lots of things here. This is all budget. I'm very sorry, I don't see that.
Okay.
Would you?
Yeah, I can email it all
copy
out.
for me? Thank you.
And then the next two items was, we discussed moving the closed session earlier in the meetings, and we had that tonight. We're going to continue that for a few more months, kind of see how that works out, if we like it, if we don't like it. And then we discussed council report update time limits. At that time, council decided not to impose a 3 or 5 minute kind of limit on council updates. So I wanted to circle back since everybody wasn't here when we discussed those at our previous meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, rezoning request. Jeff? Planning
Yes.
Commission.
Planning Commission met-
1809 3rd Street and 105 Augusta.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
we met last night at 7 PM. The Planning Commission, we did have a quorum present, so we had decided to approve both of those zoning requests for the 1809 3rd Street and 105 Augusta Avenue.
So you're requesting that the council vote on rezoning 1809 3rd Street to, what is it, M1 and R2?
Well, it would be, the request was M1 and B2, but as we talked to legal, our code of ordinances doesn't specify how to do overlay districts. So this time, when I discussed with the Planning Commission, the recommendation would be allow it to be transitioned to an M1, and then when we get the ordinance up to date to allow it with the proper language, then, you discuss doing the overlay. I think the M1 will address, what their needs are and what their intent is for that building.
This is for Travis and the
It
Magic
is.
Mark property, because I asked and I couldn't remember that.
Yeah.
So, okay, so Jeff, do you want to put that in the form of a motion?
Yes.
We'll take them one at a time.
I'll make a motion that the council will rezone a certain property with location at 1809 3rd Street from the present zoning classification of a B2 to a classification of an M1 on the zoning map of the town of Richlands.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Darrell seconds the motion. Okay, is there any discussion on this motion? Okay. There being no discussion, I will ask a roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Jeff. Next, 105 Augusta Avenue. Jeff?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that the council rezone a certain property with location at 105 Augusta Avenue, Richlands, Virginia, from the present zoning classification of an M1 to a classification of an R2 on the zoning map of the town of Richlands.
Okay. So we have a request from the commission for the council to approve a rezoning of 105 Augusta Avenue from M1 to an R2. Is that right? This goes from industrial to residential. Is there a second to that?
I'll make that motion.
Darrell makes a second. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion on the 105 Augusta Avenue property? There being no discussion, Madam Clerk, would you please take a roll call vote?
Yes.
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 Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. All right, now, E, it's 16, E, proposed 2023 budget discussion. That's a big topic.
I just have a couple things that I'd like to get some direction on. If I can get direction on these items, Then at the next meeting or the budget workshop, hopefully we'll be able to have a full council, and I'll be able to bring a clean budget with these changes in it for further discussion and consideration by the full group. On the front page, that is a updated budget kind of calendar of what our plans are moving forward. I've highlighted an additional budget workshop from what I've heard. That's something that is likely needed. And then if we continue on, May 10th will be the first reading of the budget ordinances, and then May 24th will be the first time they will be able to do a second reading and pass at that time. But if we need to have another public hearing, I'll leave that up to council. We did have, and we'll have an ad in tomorrow's paper that clarified a couple of things that weren't as clear in our original advertisement. That'll still keep us within these requirements of the advertising and everything. So we're still on schedule for, the first reading in May, and the second reading is May as well. Anybody have any questions or good on the?
So we have 2 regular scheduled meetings in May.
We do, and in June.
Because we approved these
Yep.
at the beginning of the year, so they're
Correct.
actually like regular scheduled
Yes.
meetings. Okay.
Don, you have their dates.
May 10th, May 24th.
The 24th.
When was May 10th approved?
I think we approved all these earlier this year, right?
It's our regular meeting date.
May 10th.
Yeah.
So the second
I'm gonna
meeting's not
ask John
approved
just
yet.
to-
Yeah, the second meeting is a regular scheduled meeting that was scheduled in January or February.
Okay. Can we call it a regular meeting?
Yes,
I'm
because of
Been
when
designated as a regular meeting.
Okay.
when we did our calendar for the year, it was in there as a regular meeting.
So those were those extra dates?
Yes.
Okay.
We approved a regular meeting?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, we sure did.
Because I know, as complicated as budgets can be, and with our charter requirements, we discussed it and we felt that it was best to go ahead and include them in there. So if we do have something come up, we have the additional dates to do first or second readings.
So my opinion, I'm obviously just one vote of council. Since we are doing 2 meetings in May, I'm going to say that we should do the public hearing.
Okay.
That's just my opinion. I think we should hear the
I
public.
agree with that.
I agree.
You'd like to do that on the 10th?
Yes.
And we need to schedule a budget workshop too.
Connie, could I have later on just a copy of the exact minutes in January that we approved? Later on, could you get me a copy of the minutes in January where we approved a regular meeting?
John, would you like to suggest dates, or we could throw them out? Members of
How long will
council?
it take to get the new members appointed? Because they have to go to the courthouse, correct? Do they do anything?
It's not too long. Go ahead.
I'm saying, as soon as they can get sworn in, I think it would be, the sooner the better. The more we push it off, it just.
They
you know,
need to.
get
What's
going.
that look like? How long does it take to get them sworn in? Bob, you know?
How long did it take you to get sworn in?
How long did it take you to get sworn in?
Well, he was the last one.
Yeah.
But,
go over there and say
well, I guess
swearing.
technically at the workshop, they could participate as long as you're not voting on anything.
So they could be here.
Because even if y'all say, hey, is this something we want to do, and everybody agrees, you're not really voting on it until later on, so they
Right.
can.
Not actually
I think
conducting
as
business.
quick as they get the paperwork to the courthouse, they could go
Yeah.
Yeah,
anytime, get
they
sworn
can
in.
show up there.
Yeah, but even if something happened and they weren't sworn in yet, they could still participate, I believe, because I think you were able to participate in a meeting because there was
workshop,
nothing
they voted.
that
Yeah,
got
we
voted on or
didn't-
something.
We didn't vote on
Yeah.
anything, yeah.
Yeah.
So what are we thinking for a,
As
I'm
soon as
looking at
Bob
dates
gets-
here for a work
soon as
session,
the-
guys.
His law firm gets the paperwork in, they could go.
Okay.
Because I went the first time, they didn't have the
All
paperwork.
right. So ideally, they'll get sworn in this week, and we'd be good for next week.
Yeah.
That sound reasonable?
When I was sworn in, I just called up there myself and took care of it, and they said, come up. But I believe that Wayne McClanahan did do something, but I really took care of it myself, to be honest with you.
So do we want to look at next Tuesday? Tuesday's,
does that give enough time to anything?
Let's see here.
that'd be a week. But even if they're not sworn in, they can still participate.
I was thinking first week of May.
I was thinking the 28th or the first week, not the second. Maybe. I'll just throw dates out, guys. What's good for you, Jeff? Look at your calendar. Doug, what's good for you, your calendar?
Any day but Tuesday would be good.
I'll just throw, what about Thursday, the 28th?
That's good for me.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that.
Jeff, Thursday, the 28th?
Sure.
I'm just picking a date. John, what does that look like for you?
I
Bob?
think it would be,
Is this for the
The
budget
28th
workshop?
of April,
Yeah.
yeah, for a budget work
You
session.
want me present for the budget workshop?
I
Looking at to
think,
make myself available. That's what you want me to do.
well, how about we can notify you? I don't
What
know.
was the date on it?
The 28th of April.
It's next
That's a
week.
Thursday,
Next Thursday. Okay.
Well,
I can be available on that date if you want me to be here.
I don't really anticipate any legal matters that would be
Well, I was
pressing
going to
unless.
ask that. It's always good to have you. We don't want to
6 o'clock,
inconvenience
yeah.
you, though.
6 o'clock.
You think it's 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock. It's honestly about the best I can do personally,
Can-
whatever works for the council.
Can one of y'all text the other two members and see if that works for them as well?
I could text Seth.
And then we can circle back to this maybe later on in the agenda if they're, because I'd hate to schedule something they can't even
Right.
be there.
Do you have, well, that's fine, if you want to text them. I was going to ask the clerk to do that.
Oh.
But it doesn't matter. If you're on the phone, let's go for it. Okay? Here we are.
So right now, we're looking at the 28th at 6 PM, and we'll wait to hear back from the other two members.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on. We'll come back to that.
Workshop. So we're
All right.
tentatively, we're saying Thursday, the 28th at 6
That's
o'clock.
right, at 6 PM. Mhm.
Okay.
Here in council chambers.
We have a pop-up,
Uh,
Thursday, 28th at 6 p.m.
Oh, that's right. Let's choose another time.
That's a great
Because we'll
question.
use the council chambers,
We'll
won't you?
use the council chamber.
That's a
All
great
right,
question.
You
sorry
guys can't
about
go
that.
outside, like, out there? or something?
I mean, if it's a nice spring day, but.
What you're thinking, guys. Doug, Tuesdays are bad for you, right?
What about Wednesday?
We can.
We need to.
Do you want to go back to, I'll just throw out dates, Wednesday, the 27th? I'm just putting it out there.
I
I'm
can
good.
do that.
I can do that.
Wednesday, the 27th? Jeff, what does that look like for you?
Yeah.
How about you, John?
As far as I know, that should be good.
Okay. Are you okay with it, Jeff? Are you
Mhm.
looking,
Yeah,
sure?
I'm good.
Is there a consensus for Wednesday, the 27th at 6 PM here at the, in council chambers for our budget work session? So we'll wait to hear from these two newly appointed members, Mike and Seth. All right, so next, we'll wait till we hear from them.
Okay, on the backside of that, as part of the budget discussion, when we had GDS and Blue Ridge Power, they discussed how we can, avoid an increase on our electric rates for this year. And part of that was cutting, the $200,000 pilot. So I wanted to go through a couple budget things and just get some consensus from you all. So then we can go back, draft, update. A lot of these are kind of rounded figures that we can hopefully get a little more accurate if it's something y'all would like to move forward with. So I wanted to get a consensus on, it's not in the budget right now. It would be an add-on, the increase for the, the project. So are you interested in doing the 0.75 cent on real estate and personal property tax to give code enforcement a budget for demolition of houses as well as, code enforcement with grass or cleaning up properties?
What was it? Say it again, John.
It would be 0.75 cent on the real estate and personal property tax. That would give code enforcement a budget. So when we have a house that's fallen down or caught on fire, we don't have to wait till we go through the whole foreclosure process. We could move forward quicker, tear it down, and then hopefully sell the lot. We would sell it at a loss, but so you need
What's
some.
in there now? I don't have it in front of me. I already put it
There's
up.
no money in there. So it's
Ain't
basically
no potential raise in that.
the budget right now is zero, so it's voluntary compliance.
The real estate and personal property, is there already an increase in that?
No, this is what it would be for. That's the 0.75. If you look on the back side of your sheet, you
Oh,
have.
okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, let me get it.
So the proposal was
I'm sorry.
2.75 cent total. 2 cent was for additional COLA for employees, and then the 0.75 was for code enforcement to have a budget. And that's something we've discussed, numerous times over the last year based on complaints. So I wanted to put it out there for, consensus or direction. It's something that, if the two new members decide, it's important enough to bring back, we always can, but I'd rather go ahead and at least check off a couple things off the budget proposal. So we can hopefully start narrowing down into what the final budget will be.
So this is already in the budget proposal you gave us?
It's in the
This-
proposal, but it's not really built in yet. If it is added, then we'd add the revenue and we'd add the expense, but neither of them have been added at this point.
I can make it pretty easy. I'm not willing to make any increase to real estate or property,
Okay.
personal property tax.
All right.
Okay, well, I was trying to
All
understand
right.
it.
So can I get a consensus on the code enforcement for the 0.75 cent,
Consensus to not do it?
one way or the other?
Yeah. I choose not to do it. If we're doing a round robin.
This is for code enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, and then the other one is additional 2% for COLA?
Yes. We're doing a 3% COLA right now. When we had our budget workshop, there was a discussion on trying to get our employees closer to being competitive, those around us. And this is, a way that we can take it from 3% COLA to a 5% COLA with that increase.
Okay.
So, same, I'd like a consensus one way or the other. So we can at least check that off as something we're not going to consider any further.
So we've got both sides in use?
Correct.
Okay, good deal. All right, well, council's will. Mike, do you have an opinion on that one?
Yeah, I'm not prepared. I love our employees and I love what they do, and I would love to give the additional 2% on top of the 3, but at the current time and where we are with the town, I'm not prepared to raise any real estate or personal property tax.
Any other members of council? Thoughts?
I'm with Mike, no raises.
Anyone else have a comment? I'd say if no one else is speaking.
All right, we'll move forward with the consensus that those proposals will kind of be put back and not considered moving forward unless council chooses to bring those back up. The next two, cigarette and garbage, cigarette tax increase and the garbage collection fee increase, these go into reducing that, making up for that $200,000 pilot, that if we cut it from electric, now we have a $200,000 deficit in your general fund. So if we leave those two at where they were proposed, we cut the attorney legal fees back to where closer to what we think the projections are. IT server and IT debt, we use some of the lost revenue replacement funding, formerly known as ARPA money. So instead of having that debt payment for the next couple of years, we go ahead and pay for those needs up front with that funding, would reduce that cost. And then we have the police department equipment. This is the tasers and the body-worn cameras. We could use that funding as well to pay for that instead of having a $35,000 payment every year for the next 4 years. And then the cigarette tax, leave it as proposed. So I wanted to get some thoughts on these items as a way to, if we do these, this is just a proposal on how to get rid of that pilot in electric to allow us to not increase electric rates as was proposed by GDS.
Could I give you a thought? Why don't you go for something that's really going to help?
Go ahead, Doug.
Go for something that's really going to help. We can save $300,000 to $400,000. Everybody knows, we should have done it 10 years ago, that we're going to have to go to 911. We're the only one left in Virginia. And that's for good reason, because all other towns saw the writing on the wall. If we'd have done this 10 years ago, we would have had $3 or $4 million in reserve.
Yeah.
So why don't we transition, and that would save probably $400,000 in the budget, and that would make up for all your losses and go to 911. And it would help the citizens also.
If we want to discuss dispatch, that would be a council. Council's made that decision to do it how we have it in place. If that's something that council wants to consider, I think it's going to take several months and not going to be something we can implement in this year's budget. That would be multiple meetings with the sheriff to really sit down and see how that would happen, what it would save, going through our budget, really getting all the information. If that's something that council wants to consider, I think it's something we look at as something we want to work on over the next 6 months.
I've had several discussions, and I can do it fairly quickly because I've already absorbed 2, foreign safety, and the other one, 2 of them, and it would be fairly simple if he could I'm guessing maybe 2 months, they could transition in and save a lot of money for the budget.
Doug, thank you for sharing your feelings. Council's will. Any other thoughts on that?
I think that it's coming. I agree with you 100%. I think we need to be very cautious with it because there's a lot in play, and I care a whole lot about public safety. right? I made the motion to move to 911 for fire and EMS. So I mean, I support it, right? I just think it needs to be done in the right way. I think maybe we create some type of 911 tradition, like 911 transition committee where we discuss it and what it would look like and what it also includes for our department, because there's warrants there and there's a lot in play. So I don't disagree with you, and I think that that's where it's going anyway, and it could potentially have a lot of savings. But I think we take our time with it, say, go back to the table, and I'm fine with saying, okay, we're going to do it, but let's define a timeline as far as what it looks like and when we can do it, and involve the sheriff and involve everybody else and look at it.
I think we need to start meeting with the sheriff and stuff and start moving that direction.
I agree, yeah. He can be a part of that.
I think we should immediately do it, and if we could transition quickly, every penny that we spend on dispatch and updating, we're calling in Amazon to get parts just to hold it together. Every penny we spend, we could set a date, 2 months transition, and that would help the budget. That would be $400,000. It would go $300,000 to $400,000. It would go into the budget. It would help us a lot. That's my thoughts.
So, members of council, we have discussion, but we don't have a consensus or anything. I think this is going to require a vote. Honestly, I do. So, what is council's will? And is this, we need to be able to write this very minute, I'm just asking.
I'll make a motion that we form a 911 committee to explore dispatch for the entire town of Richlands. That's the motion I'll make.
It's a good motion. I'm just trying to think, is it a citizen committee or a committee, or just members of council? Do you have?
We would
any
define the
thoughts?
committee.
I
I don't think it needs, I'm thinking county and Richlands.
Let me
I'm not
second the
thinking-
motion so we can discuss it. You want to do that? I'll second the motion.
There's a second. Okay.
And then we can discuss it.
Go ahead.
I think it consists of all the players involved. I think it involves the town manager. I think it involves finance. I think it involves the sheriff. I think it involves the
Police
fire,
department.
rescue, police, everyone involved.
Okay,
It's a
you got a
big move,
committee?
yeah. Yeah, it's a big move.
Okay. I'm just thinking about it.
And 2 members of council.
Okay. Well, I would be glad to do it if it's in the afternoons. It has to be. So,
I want to be on that committee too.
well, I will ask council to decide that. Let's have a vote on, vote on this motion as is, then we can determine this, okay? Is there any further discussion on Mike's motion to form a committee to study the 911, move forward with the 911?
Explore it.
To explore.
I don't want
That's
to make any
words.
commitment if we don't know what it looks like. I want all of us collectively to see what that would look like and the impacts that it would
Well,
have.
can it? Okay, that's fine. All right, to explore.
Well, and then I guess we need to, I'd like to move on it fairly quickly.
Right, if it's
I
going
don't
to
wanna just
happen.
push it.
I mean,
It's
why-
easy to say it, it's the other
Yeah.
thing to do it.
That's why I'm just going to be careful what we're doing here because it's a huge transition. Not that it isn't going to happen, but I'm just saying we need to know what we're doing, and I'm with you. So there's a motion on the floor. Further discussion.
I don't see why you explore something, you know it's going to happen. You should set a time limit to transition over to it. Like I said, we're the only one only one exists in Virginia. Everyone else is already, we should have been there 5 years ago, and we'd have saved tons of money. And I would like a motion that we set a time limit, meet with the sheriff and town manager and Jerry Gilbert, and have this done in 2 months so it will affect the budget.
There's a motion on the floor. Are you keeping your motion as it is, Mark?
Yeah, I want to keep, I won't jeopardize public safety. And I think this is the best way to go. If it takes an extra month, I'm okay with that. I'm not going to jeopardize it.
Just to
Could I
make sure
say,
we have
that's
clear
a
on the motion. Madam Clerk,
Can
you read the motion?
could I
One
s-
second. I'm going to be here for a copy.
Mike makes a motion to explore, dispatch, and form a committee to dispatch all of Richlands.
To form a committee. Is that the right way to say it, Mike? You made the motion.
Yes, that's what I said, yeah.
To dispatch.
Mhm.
Could you change that date to, like, have it done by May 1st?
The
meeting?
committee?
Yeah.
We can form the committee by May 1st, but I don't want to speak for the sheriff and give him a timeline he can't commit to. Let's talk to the guy and figure out what that looks like. I don't want to talk for anyone.
I've already talked, well, never mind. But the statement you made, that no one in this room is going to jeopardize safety of the citizens. I mean, that was a ludicrous statement,
Well,
okay?
no, I'm not saying that we're not, I just want to be thorough. What's wrong with being thorough?
We've already transitioned 2 departments over there.
Police
And-
is a whole other animal.
Gentlemen, we have a motion and a second. And Doug, you've expressed your views. Mike, anybody else have a thought on this?
Could you set a date in your motion to have it done? So we could drag this on for 6, 7 months?
Well, Mikey, I think that's a good idea. Won't you add for you all to report back to the council within 2 months?
I'm fine with reporting back, yeah.
Reporting back.
Report back to the council. And if the council thinks they're enough to vote on, then we can vote on it.
I'm fine with that.
You want to amend that so for the benefit of the clerk, Mike?
Yeah, I'll add that the committee will report back within 2 months to council with findings.
I think in 2 months. Okay. Is that your motion?
Yeah, unless you wanted me to give a date 2 months from now.
No.
2 months is kind of nebulous, I'm thinking. I don't know. Whatever you want to leave it, Mike. Whatever you want to do.
We'll leave it like that. We're getting complicated.
All right, Jeff, would you second that motion?
I'll second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Doug, you got it. Being no further discussion, is there, we had discussions, motion and a second. Mike makes the motion, Jeff seconds it. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Jeff,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Gerald,
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Motion carries. Okay. Okay, let's see here. So have we heard back from the 2 new candidates or councilmen?
Seth is good for the 27th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have we heard
Mike
from
is too.
Mike?
Yeah.
All right, so we're good on the 27th at 6.
Well, that's good. I'm shocked.
So we will go ahead and set the meeting, the work session for the 27th of April, which is Wednesday week. Is that correct, guys?
Correct.
Okay. At 6 p.m. here at the town hall. And you'll advertise that, John?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any further issues here on the budget discussion, John, that you would like to talk about?
On the general fund cuts to eliminate the pilot, are there any objections, or is everybody good with, because I'd like to take these changes, update our, those printouts, so when we have the budget workshop Wednesday, everybody coming in gets a brand new, fresh street with.
Are you on garbage?
Well, garbage collection and cigarette tax are in there to cut the, not have the pilot, and then the 5 items down there would be what would, essentially change to make up the difference.
Oh, the committee
I'm a little
exists,
lost here on what
you,
we're doing
me,
here,
and
John.
Sure.
the mayor?
Whatever we find.
So essentially,
As best
to
as I
cut
can fit in.
$200,000.
I would like to.
3
It's
of
for-
you can't be on it, can you? Can the mayor?
Well,
Does the mayor
we have
not
to
count
confer
as?
with Bob. As the mayor, I would defer to the town attorney for that.
I'm
He's
sorry,
asking-
I'm not privy to that conversation.
Well, I know we've had lots of sidebars here. I'm down on your end too. Just here we go, my friend. What we're saying is, if we have 2 members of council, can I meet with them and not be an official meeting?
Anytime there's 3 members of council, you're not a member of council.
No.
Okay.
I only speak as though I were one, but
It's
I'm not
under
one.
freedom of information, it's 3 members of the governing body.
Yes.
It's, council members.
Okay. Thank you. So it's okay.
Well, do either of you have any interest?
No.
I'll check on that.
Well, I mean, we do.
It's too late now. Doesn't have to be me. It doesn't have to be me. Why don't one of you two do it?
I'm sorry, Bob.
Why don't one of you?
I'm sorry, Bob.
No, y'all 2 have it.
Jeff, you want to do it?
If you can't go, I'll go in your place.
Oh, I mean,
I'd love
just
to
need
do
to
it.
define it. You do it.
That's fine, I'll do it.
Okay, so, John, will you reach out to the various components here of this committee, and you do that,
Yeah, we can work on that.
okay, and be in touch, including Jerry?
That's right.
Okay, thank you, all the interested parties. Okay, so, John, I just had a question. I'm sorry, I don't follow what's going on here. I'm very sorry.
So
General
it's-
fund cuts proposed to eliminate electric pilot.
So essentially, to eliminate the $200,000 pilot that go from electric to general fund, we have to cut $200,000 in the general fund. So to break even, right now, I've proposed, cut legal fees by 20,000, and then the IT server, IT debt, and PD equipment using some of the lost revenue replacement funding to pay off those up front, so then there's not a debt payment for the next few years. It would reduce our payment this coming year, and then leave the cigarette tax at the 25 cent to offset that $200,000 to keep electric rates where they are.
Is 25 cents per pack, is that equivalent to the county?
As far as I've heard, everything I've heard, they said they were doing 25 cent.
I support this. We've got money in the bank where we can literally pay off this debt and make these cuts. So I think it's a good idea myself. If we've got that, we need to use that for the citizens. So if we can make any cut that proves to be beneficial to the town and remove any potential increases, I fully support this.
Other members of council? Do you follow what we're doing here, Doug?
We're not voting on it, right? We're
No,
just,
just-
Well, I'd like a consensus,
A
so then
consensus.
I can go back and update the budget papers, so when we have our budget workshop, everybody can get a fresh sheet with these changes that, at that point, there will be no pilot, and so basically we have a budget we're trying to chip away. So if we can knock these couple things off, then we're getting a lot closer to hopefully a budget that council will approve.
Jess? You okay with this?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Doug?
no, I'm not okay with the consensus. I'm not voting for any taxes until we remove the $325,000 that we're taking out of the electric fund.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Thank you. Let that be noted in the books, in the record. Thank you.
All right, well, I'll update these, and we'll have them prepared for our Wednesday meeting.
Thank you. Is there anything else?
Did you get your did you get your consensus?
I think everybody was fine with the cuts except Doug.
Okay. Yeah,
One
I like the
dissent
cuts.
vote.
Yeah, cuts look good.
Okay. Are we on the town manager report, I do believe?
I believe so.
Roman numeral 17, town manager report.
All right.
John?
So the access channel, it's been down, I believe, for the last 2 months. Frank's been working on that. We had a piece of hardware on our end. Spectrum had a piece of hardware on their end. We've replaced both. Now we're working with we have a company we do a subscription with to help broadcast that stream. We've essentially got to a point where it expired, and they never contacted us about re-upping it, so we've renewed it. We're waiting for them to essentially come back on, and then we hope to have it up. So we have live stream on the public access channel next month.
So that's the ETA next month?
That
I'm getting all kinds of complaints about that thing.
Yeah, it's still on
What is it,
YouTube,
Mike?
but we're trying to get on
Access channel.
Yeah, we're working as hard as we can, but
Sure.
it's kind of we've put in the complaint, we've put in the request to the company, we're just waiting for them to process it,
Out of our
get
hands.
get it addressed. Yeah,
Yeah, out of our hands. Okay. Good deal.
So when do you expect it?
I'm hoping next month, but it really we've sent in the request to the company that provides that service, and
But we've done all we can
Yeah.
do. Okay, yeah, that's great.
Okay, thank you, John.
IDA resignation, I don't need to discuss that. We already discussed that in Blake's update. Utility billing update, this has kind of been addressed a little bit in the presentation. At our last meeting, it was asked, how much do we spend on sending utility bills to our customers? Currently spend right around $1,400 a month in postage. We have a third party that does that for us. They get a much better postage rate than we would just going to the post office. And then they charge $400 to print the utility bills, put them in an envelope, and ship them out. And I think that's pretty good rate compared to what it would cost us to try to manage that in-house. The next item is the Greenway stage update. They are very close to being done with that. There's a couple small things that they're waiting to get the building inspector's signature so they can sign off and CO issued. As soon as that's completed, we will have our guys go in there and get some electrical, like an electrical panel, a couple outlets, because we're not quite sure how it's going to be used yet, so I don't want to put a whole lot of electrical outlets in that facility yet until we know kind of how it's going to be used and what's going to be needed. But we will be installing electricity there. We've already had a couple of requests from people wanting to use it for events. But, we're hoping to have it ready hopefully in a month or so, depending on how things go with getting the electrical done as well as the building inspector approval.
Are we going to name that $100,000 stage?
I think we should. It's something we talked about when we started, 11 months ago.
I think we should name it too.
So that's something we can definitely discuss further. If you all want to, I think that's one of those items we can discuss in closed session, since an honor. If you all want to think of some names, and we can maybe have a discussion at the next council meeting.
The Rod Curry stage.
I'll leave that for the dead, thank you.
The next item is the library funding update. As you know, they are looking at a much larger project and have asked us to essentially not do what we had planned on. I've spoke to Shannon Placer of the county to kind of see how they want us to, they want us to give that money back to the county. And she's working with the library to find maybe another way they can use those funds so it still goes to the intended purpose when Travis gave those funds to the town. We are working with the Thompson Charitable Trust to return those funds as well, and we hope that they'll be able to set those aside and then hopefully allocate those to the library for their larger renovation project. Then economic development, as you know, our economic development director resigned last month. We have put an ad out and we're trying to recruit somebody to fill that position. With everything we've got going on with pop-up and downtown revitalization, it's definitely a key position we need to have filled as soon as we can. There's a lot going on with downtown and revitalization right now.
Could I speak to that? We're like $300,000 in the hole, probably $5. I would like a consensus that we freeze all hiring and wait till we get the budget in order before we hire new people. That's just my thinking. Until we get that budget in order, I think we can do without hiring anyone right now until we get in plus.
Council's thoughts? Yes or no? No thoughts?
I'm not a fan of stopping progression myself. I think there's multiple different ways to go about business, especially with the town. I think it's an important and vital portion of our town, especially at this point with the traction that we have. So I want to keep it myself. I'm obviously just one guy.
One opinion, anybody have thoughts on that? Okay. We shared thoughts. That's all I know to do there. Okay, let's go. All right.
And the last two items I have are project graduation has requested to use the gym on June 4th. I believe this is after prom from 6 to midnight. And they're asking for use of the whole facility. So essentially, I would assume it basically would work like a private party. Since this isn't something we traditionally do, they've requested council to approve that if it's something you would like to support.
We traditionally have done that.
Yeah.
Council's thoughts? Would you like a motion on that?
I wouldn't.
Council's thoughts, is there a motion to allow project graduation to use the gymnasium at the rec park?
I'll make that motion.
I'll
Doug
second.
makes the motion. Mike seconds. Any discussion? Are we covered on all the liabilities?
I would assume it'd be our normal liability because we wouldn't be allowing anything different than normal use of the facilities.
Okay.
And then the rec commission has also recommended Freddie Ellswick for an in-town rec commission member. And they have asked council to consider his name for approval.
Okay, let's take this motion first, the one I just asked for. Doug made a motion.
I thought we were done.
No, that's all right. You're forgiven, John. We all make mistakes. Ready? All right.
Trying to get out of here.
So we have Doug made a motion, and you seconded, Mike, to allow the project graduation to use the rec park. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And nays. It's unanimous. You're fine. You're fine, Jeff. June the 4th, I believe. Is that correct? Graduation is that morning.
We just didn't say it.
It's not a problem. We've got it. I always say we all make mistakes, and I'm right there with you. Part of the human race.
Then I'll make a motion, we appoint Freddie Ellswick to the rec commission.
I'll second
There's a
that.
motion for Freddie Ellswick to be appointed to the rec commission. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, roll call vote. Freddie Ellswick.
Jeff.
Yes.
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 Yes, he'll be terrific.
Motion carries.
I will add that we will need to appoint somebody as a council representative to the rec commission. We can discuss that at our next meeting. I did want to follow up. At one of our meetings, it was asked that we contact the Weldon Cooper Center at UVA to look at comparing our rates to other organizations. We reached out to them, had a phone call with William Shubey.
Shoop.
Shoop. And this time he said that's not something that they currently have the expertise to address at this time, but I did want to follow up since that was a request that we reach out to them for that service.
Thank you, John.
That's all I have.
John, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Are there somebody that does that? Can you research that maybe for us?
The GDS that did our presentation. GDS, the people and electric people that did our presentation, our consultants, that's something that they can do, but it's really just going to tell you the difference in cost.
Why can't we get an independent? There was someone from that agency going to contact you that they could do it from the well.
I have an email here from them saying that's not something
Well, there's
there.
another, we spoke to them, and someone's going to contact you from, that can handle it, as far as.
We'll be open
From
to
where,
it.
Doug?
From the same group, they were going to have someone with that expertise to.
This is the same person Shay Cook spoke to, and he mentioned he'd spoken to Shay,
Yeah.
but
Shay told me that someone, he had talked to him, and someone was going to contact you that could do that.
I suggest that, here's my suggestion, to clear that up, get Shay to contact John.
Okay.
Okay?
I mean, if
That's what to do.
if they have someone, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what I would suggest. Okay, thank you. What else?
The reason
guys?
GDS, we need somebody independent. I'm with you.
Yeah, okay, I'm fine with that. Okay. That concludes your report, John? All right. Council member reports, these are non-voting items. Darrell?
I want to thank Blake for serving on the IDA. He took some criticism, for the pop-up Richlands. It may turn out not to be the best project in the world. It may turn out to be really good, but doing nothing, you know what the result's going to be if you do nothing. I want to thank Rick Woods and the county for coming down and sitting with us for the side-by-sides and the trail. I think it'll be a good thing for the town, especially on weekends for our restaurants in town. Rick Woods has done a lot of work, continues doing a lot of work. I appreciate everything he does. That's all I got.
Thank you, Darrell. Doug? Council report?
I'd like to make a motion, and I've talked to several attorneys, and they say it's very plausible. There's 15 electrical systems in Virginia, or maybe 16, I'm not sure. And in the state, it's written that with the exception of those electrical systems, they cannot regulate it like it does AEP. I would like to make a motion that we contact Travis and Delegate Moorfield and let them, and it's very possible that it can be done, that they remove the exception from our utility and let the SCC regulate, just like it does AEP, our pricing ups and downs. And that way, they could oversee, and the citizens would be more comfortable if someone was looking over our electric system besides
So you'll
us.
note, I'm going to let this stand, but these are non-voting items here at council reports, but I'm going to let your motion stand.
It would go through the legislature. If they remove that exception, which I'm sure they will, then we'd have some protection for the citizens. And the council wouldn't have to take the heat when it's up or down. It would be the state of Virginia, SCC.
Do they control it when it goes up as well?
Yes.
We'd have to put in, the town would have to put in.
For an increase. Just like, then, what it is now, and I think it's against the law, part of the town pays for for the budget when they take all this money out of the electric system. Old Town bears a blunt of everything. Okay, I'm in Hidden Valley. We get a free ride because we don't help the general budget. But Old Town gets the shife because they're taking $375,000 out and putting it in a general fund, which helps Hidden Valley. And they're sitting up there with $300 electric bill versus 8 or 9.
It's not that you haven't said it before.
Okay. Well, I just like to get a point across.
I know you do. And I will put in my words of caution. I'm not against what you're saying. I don't think it's the right way.
Yeah.
Mayor's caution.
I don't want to make a decision like that without knowing the ins and outs of what I'm doing. I'm not going to make a decision on that when I don't know what it is or what it looks like or the ramifications of it. I'm open to looking into it. We buy power completely different than AEP. Transmission is completely different. And they're regulated. So
Is there a second to this motion? Motion fails for lack of a second.
I would like to pursue it. I don't think it's a bad idea.
Me either.
I don't think it's a bad idea at all. I would like to pursue that. I would like to,
Do you want to research that?
sit down with Travis and Will maybe.
A motion of council carries a certain enforcement to it, and that's why I'm really reluctant to do that, Dale. So I'm not against it.
Yeah, I think
the motion of council is a powerful motion. It's a movement of the council.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you didn't second it.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just telling you how I feel.
I don't think it's a bad
suggest you
idea,
go ahead and
though.
research that.
I think we need to, and Doug, I'd be glad to meet with you and Travis and Will and see and get some input from them.
Why don't you two meet with them and come back to us next meeting with the other 2 council members and see what that landscape of that would look like?
Is that a consensus of the council? Sure. It's a consensus, not the power of.
I would like John to be there as well.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Definitely.
I think you're going to have us and then 14 other municipalities fighting against us on this, just because.
Do you think what,
I think
John?
every other municipality is going to fight against us on this.
What do you mean?
Because they're not going to want them changing the regulations on everybody.
Oh, no, it wouldn't. It would only.
Yeah, we'll just ask them to do it for Richlands, I think is what Doug's saying.
Yeah.
Well, just look at it. And
we can look. I'm just
Yeah, and it may be something we can't do. I mean, we don't know till we ask. And that's the reason I think Travis and Will can tell
We've got a lot
us.
of discussion going, and that's a good thing. So I appreciate that. Gentlemen, you take care of that.
Yeah.
I'll put you in charge. You're nominated. Done. Thank you. Done. You're the chairman of this. Doug's on your committee. John, you join. Moving on. All right, what else, Doug? There's really no reason to talk about it right now. You do it. Okay, let's go.
I don't have anything else.
Good. All right. Thank you. Mike Street. Mike.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot. Last
Good.
meeting, I gave information in regards to broadband requests. I'm going to wait until the 10th to bring that forth to council for a vote. We'll make sure it's on the voting items and at least get the ball rolling on the different hotspots within town where we can provide some public Wi-Fi for.
That'd be very helpful. Thank you, Mike. Anything else?
That's it.
Thank you. Jeff.
Yes, just a couple things. I know I've talked with Mr. Hess with American Carpet Care about cleaning up. I had a couple complaints about the litter, especially in front of Food Line and up and down that railway. So he had some crews go out there and clean last week, I believe it was. And like I said, I told the citizen as well. We've had some unreasonably high winds in the area, and I know that trash tends to blow a lot, especially when dumpsters pile up. It tends to blow. And like I said, if you want to see the remnants of this weekend, you can come over to my house and help me pick up the trash too.
We've got a Goodwill too.
I'll pick up yours if you pick up mine.
Yeah, right.
Could I add something to yours?
Sure.
You know how that goes.
I'm sorry. I had a lot of complaints on the playground equipment, like kids getting hurt and all. If we could if the town manager could sort of do an assessment.
I know we had one complaint, and that issue, our guys did the best they could to fix it, but that's the only one I'm aware of.
Could you go around, or have something, not you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can look at it.
Can you look at all the playground equipment and make sure it's not damaged or someone could get hurt on it. I've had several complaints on it.
That's important. Thank you.
The other thing I was too, I didn't know, do you know the date of the prom by any chance? I didn't know.
The prom is May the 7th, I think. Let me
Okay.
look here.
Well, the reason I was saying, I think they have talked about using Suffolk Avenue as a potential walkway.
I don't.
I didn't know. I'd been contacted about the use of
May 7th is the prom.
May 7th, okay. Well, we had been contacted about usage of parking, our parking lot there at the funeral home, but, so like I said, I know the idea was to use Suffolk Avenue between where the Farm Bureau and the old Tanners to walk down. I think that's the plan to the library. So I didn't know, like I said, if they've been.
On Suffolk between.
Yeah, I didn't know if Jerry had been contacted about it.
Jerry, have you been contacted about the
Yeah.
use of Suffolk Avenue as a promenade?
Yeah, they've mentioned that,
Okay.
I don't have any problem with
Okay.
Okay.
I was just going to make them aware of it.
same as we did last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, they were moving it up a street was why. They came down like below Irvin's, where the clock was last year. So they're coming down Suffolk. So, like I said, if you're downtown, just
Yes.
be cognizant of it.
Well, anything else, Jeff?
I would hate to go further because I can see the look.
Well,
We're going to push your comments too.
I know. And listen,
Anything else, Mayor?
I deserve it.
Thanks, Mayor. Your report was
Are
great.
you done, Mayor? Are you done?
Well, I'm going to read the Gettysburg Address and then the Constitution. Are you ready? I do have a very brief report. I was asked to be at the opening of Little League. It was great. Several other community things I've been to. I enjoyed them. The Bad Axe reopened. It was really great. I enjoyed it. Numerous things. So I'll put it in the category of a lot of cool things going on in the town. And the prom is coming up on May 7th. Lots of events around our schools. The section house will be involved in that too. They've asked us to be there. We'll be there. We had the Easter Bunny come. He flew in on a helicopter. She flew in on a helicopter. It was real fun. The kids were just excited about it. And then they went over to Critterville and hunted eggs. That's a cool thing. And Easter just is Easter without Peter Cottontail hopping down the bunny trail in a helicopter. And that's pretty darn cool. And the other things are, we've got a lot coming up. So I'll end it right there. Thank you very much. We have any other reports? Heather? Something we do, leave something off, Heather?
Oh, okay.
Did I leave something off?
Well, I was just making sure we did that transfer.
No, it was in the consent agenda.
We did, yeah, we did. Yeah, it was in the consent agenda. All right, any other business coming before the council? I want to thank everybody. Bob, thank you for coming and spending all this time with us. You're much appreciated. And probably underpaid, but thank you. Okay? And thank you, Blake, for coming. Thank you for your service. Everybody, thank you. We have our budget work session coming up on the 27th, is that correct? Lost it, 27th, I think. Wednesday, the 27th at 6 o'clock here at Town Hall. And unless there's something coming up that I have missed, our next regular meeting is May the 10th. Is that correct? Okay.
Rod, I'm going to be in the hospital in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for the most of the month of May. So I will not be here for the council meetings, but some of them from the office will be.
Bob, thank you. And I want to say we wish you the very best. I know you've had a lot of health issues. And with that, I would appreciate everybody standing up in just a moment of silence for his health. Thank you. Heavenly Father, let us pray silently for the health of our attorney and longtime friend and Richlands resident, Bob. Thank you, God. Amen.
Thank you, Rod. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Godspeed.
Appreciate the kind thoughts.
Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Yes.
Second?
Yes.
Doug seconds. Adjourn. Thank you. John, I need to speak with you, please, just a second.